Morning. Seems like I have 1, 2. There's always the one secret admirer in here. I've noticed this. I was doing a private stream with somebody, just doing some research the other day. There seemed to be one additional person in there. There always seems to be one additional person in there. It's funny how that works. 3 of you, good morning. I don't even know quite why I'm doing this, but what I thought is, they've really been an active effort, I would say, not to bemoan, because I'm going to get into some other things too. This week is the culmination. 4 of you in here. Good morning. Does anybody want to say good morning? I thought you guys would be up. Come on. What is it, 10:30 down there? On a Saturday? 5. Nobody's even saying good morning. I'm feeling alone here. Maybe it's just because it is Saturday and everybody's MCC'd out. Cheryl's first in saying good morning. So I never go back and watch my stuff, right? And ever. 8 of you. Good morning. And I have no idea, to be honest with you, how much shit I've lost over the years, which is very unfortunate, but a lot. But there's still good stuff back there, I think. Plus, I thought, maybe we could unwind and a little bit, because I've been doing research for something anyway, and I thought, we could go back and have a laugh maybe at some of the shit that I was saying back then, or the way I looked or something, and just get some whatever they've left me here, which is not much, but get it, kind of see if there's inaccuracies or if there's anything that I was saying that was in the right field. Because I'm scrolling back through some stuff, I found a couple of things. Brenda Grant, good morning. Nikki. Aikichi. Wow. It has been quite a while. It took me a second there, and then I recognized the name, Aikichi. Yes. Good morning. Long time. And you guys can see some of your chat, those of you who have been around for a long time. Maybe you'll even notice if things are missing, because, I don't know, some of these videos, a couple of these videos are, very short. I don't even know how much to play. What do you think? You guys in? Christiana. Did I read something about Robert Fife getting in some trouble? Is somebody trying to discredit him? I'm sensing a Cheryl Atkinson moment. You guys ever heard of Cheryl Atkinson? I think I've spoken about Cheryl a couple of times. Yeah, this is what Robert Fife has a interesting. I quite like Robert Fife, actually, from a few stories I was doing years ago. I wonder if that's coming back. He's having a Cheryl Atkinson moment. Got a mining job out in the middle of nowhere. don't get a chance to watch YouTube very often. Water tower video was good. Don't know if it's still up. CSC is always saying good morning. Yes. Yes. Good morning, CSE. Morning, Todd. You guys having a good weekend? Longer weekend? Are you going to enjoy the... I heard there is some... Do you guys down in Nova Scotia, I heard, maybe have the Monday off? The kids aren't going to school and stuff. I think here in Alberta, kids are going to school. I don't know. I think. Countryside and James Blonde is here. What the heck? MU. Okay. So let's see here. See some of this stuff. I don't even know what's here. Like I could play a couple of pieces I found I thought were interesting. This one, I think. There we go. Is that right? There we go. Is that right? I actually renamed the video because I found some stuff in here. After work, not a paid holiday. And no holiday pay. Really, the Queen is not going to be happy about that. Where she's at these days. Glad to see this live. Playing catch up the last 3 days. Morning, Christine. Stuff you can see, stuff missing you can see in the, you can see the clips. Oh, you can? Okay, well, I wonder if we should, because, okay, so, let's see here. So I'll tell you why I'm probably doing this is because the, Robin video, April 28th, 2021, which was a bit of a disaster zone for the RCMP, seems to be missing the pieces about Butcher that I can see. I only just scanned the video, so, but it should pick up anything about Butcher. And I've been through Leona's family and Butcher and stuff like that a lot. And I definitely went into Butcher in that video, and it happens to be missing. Anyways, so we could go back and maybe see. You can point out clips to me if that you see in the video and laugh at my. I think my hair actually in these videos is not too bad. Have I ever shown you hair when I had curls? That was pretty fucked up. I don't think I have any of those videos on my channel that are visible. I'm not allowed to put any of my old videos up, apparently. Oh well, what can you do? What can you do? Obviously, whoever's clipping did it sloppy. Okay, well, if you see it, then I don't know if I want to play, like, because these two videos together actually are not too bad in length. Together, that would be about 5 hours, which actually sounds like a bit of a normal stream to me. The 40-minute ones are really quite striking. Anyways, let's see here. So we got Susie. This is back from August 22nd, 2020. Lots of people in the chat seems to have disappeared. Many people in and out over the years. I'm not quite sure what that's about. And some interesting characters along the way. Okay. So, Susie, let's see here. How do we get a lead up? I think I'm going into Brenda and some other stuff. I don't know. Where should we start? What do you think? I could just go from the beginning. Oh, look at that. I know that's somebody's friend. What do we have here? I don't even know. Okay, where are we at moment wise? 159.09. Okay. Let's see what's here. Right. Yes, reported several breakdowns of management controls. Management controls. The gang wasn't working so well. I don't know. What? It's just garbage language. We examined the corrective actions taken by the RCMP to address the OPS report. So they looked at the lack of action, inappropriate use of pension plan. The RCMP made it a priority to identify expenses that had been incorrectly charged to the pension plan. To address improper charges made to fiscal years 2001 to 2001 to 2003-04, the RCMP reimbursed crumbs or credited the pension plan about $1.9 million in 2003 and 4, and about 1.5 in 2004-5. So they put a little bit of crumbs back in. These members, I'm sorry, I hope I'm reaching some RCMP members. They're fucking ripping you off, man. One day when you go and try and get your pension and there's nothing there, don't ask why. You were told, right? By Canadians who actually do care about you. The RCMP's finance branch reviewed the NCPC's identification of improper charges. Like, is that, oh, sorry, criminal charges? Oh, no, just improper charges. Criminal charges. I like criminal charges. Reminds me of the song, something about a shower. Made to the pension plan related to the outsourcing of insurance administration work. Outsourcing. And found the methodology consistent and reasonable. However, but this is an interesting exercise for me too, because I breadcrumb a ton in my videos. There'll be like little tidbits. So even like I said something about a shower there, which is, I'm saying something, but I don't even know what I'm saying, which is really sad. But the finance branch concluded that because the police investigation and internal audit had found significant internal control weaknesses. Where is the vomit face when you need that too? You know the one that has vomit, the emoji? Internal control weaknesses. Somebody's weak in the brain. At the NCPC, it was impossible to accurately determine how much to reimburse or credit the pension plans. Cookie crumbs. Oh, the shredder, it was working well. We'll just put a little bit back and make you feel like we put all of the cookies back. It's okay. Members, I'm talking to you. I'm talking directly to you. And thank you very much, Tara. The victim, one of the victims' families here down in Nova Scotia saw this. She's traumatized and she's still looking. Better keep looking. It's impossible. We agree with the finance branch's conclusions that the RCMP used a reasonable method to identify, estimate, and reverse inappropriate charges to the pension plan. Really, man? Preventing inappropriate charges to the pension plan in the future. The following improvements made by the RCMP will prevent inappropriate charges to the pension plan in the future. The RCMP established a pension finance oversight committee to advise the Chief Human Resources Officer and Deputy Commissioner of Corporate Management and Controllership on the administration of the pension plan and charges made to the pension plan. The committee's role is to provide a challenge function, review and question pension administration proposals and decisions, and to not actually administer the plan. The committee is currently active operation. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? I'll put a lot of money on that. That I'm not betting that. There's some friends and family there. How about all of them? Ooh, the nepotism? Make work projects. Now they just get more jobs, more family, more fraud, more theft. Oh, I like that shirt. I haven't worn that shirt in a long time. The Pension Finance Oversight Committee established guiding principles for changing costs to pension plan. According to these principles, the NCPC pension accounting unit now monitors and approves all invoices paid through the NCPC to ensure that only pension-related items are charged to the pension plan. Oh, so now we'll do like the golf re-expenditures. You remember when I was talking about that? How they did that at St. Andrews? Just put it under the room rate. We're the RCMP. We don't want to see any kind of charges of golf on there because that might actually raise some eyebrows. So just call it room, please. So now we're doing the same thing. Here we go again. Just call it something else. Call it all pension related. These people investigating themselves again. The shit. Sir, we're investigating ourselves. This is fucking crazy, man. This is fucking crazy, people. Circumvention of staffing controls. Oh, that's going around. Good people. In May 2002, an RCMP staffing officer expressed concerns about nepotism in hiring casual employees for the NCPC. Yay! Hero! That's a hero. That's a good one. That's one I'd like to pay pensions to. That's one I'd like to reward. That's one who probably really wants to be on their job. But they want to do the right thing. I like these people who want to protect my community. They would have done a lot better down in Nova Scotia. Right? Not the fuck it and drive on. Don't worry about it. We'll use the Tweety twatters to hide everything. Bullshit. Human Resources staff claimed that because of work pressures, you know what? They allowed the NCPC director to hire casual employees on his own, rather than following regular staffing processes. Oh, well, work pressures? If you're that work pressured, and they're not friends and family, they're actually, I think if it's friends and family and you're having that much work pressure, I think you better go on a mental illness break.
Mm.
That's mental illness. This whole thing is mental illness. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Moneypenny. I'm not about necessarily entertaining. If it is pressure that is undue and illegal, then we need to charge people. That's called coercion, strong arming. The OPS interviewed 65 of these casual employees and found that 49 had friends or family that worked in the RCMP. Say what? In 2003, the Chief Human Resources Officer informed Internal Audit that Human Resources would review all proposed new positions and would coordinate and approve all staffing actions. So they're just handling everything. Still, as part of our audit, we reviewed selected staffing and classification files. We found that the staffing files were complete and adequately supported staffing decisions, but that one classification decision was based on questionable information. I'm still 2004.
Jury's out.
The RCMP took action. Do you know the RCMP to take action? They don't take action. To better control the NCPC staffing by requiring that the center staffing plan be incorporated into information provided to the Treasury Board Secretariat and reviewed by the Pension Finance Oversight Committee. Who is? Okay, well, I'm not going to bore you. Mr. Moneypenny was right, but it's the point that I was talking about. I think I'm going to get into the fact that the RCMP, I believe in this video, I get into the fact that they lied to Parliament. They got contempt. Who was that? Is that an assistant commissioner that got that? Too much stuff over too many years. Okay, so I'm doing pension shit and how they're ripping off pensions. Morneau's involvement in the same, because it was his insurance company that was handling the pension. Morneau, of course, went to there you go. The corruption is just so deep. Anyways, let's move along. What do we got here? There we go. Morneau Sabeco. That's his insurance. Oh, let's see. August 22nd, 2020. Totally unrelated. When I was digging around this morning, just having a little fun. Of course, my fun. Morning, Susie. What do we find here? Brenda Forbes has a LinkedIn page. Okay. I've got screenshots of it, but I encourage you all to go and make lots of copies of this and send it around. Oh, Bass River. I'm going to look at some details here, which are kind of enlightening. Safety security consultant at independent sector. Brenda Bow Forbes, you all know Brenda Bow Forbes? Female narrative, the one who never saw anything, the one who's friends with Linda McDonald and Jean Sarson, who's married to RCMP. This shit gets really deep. Let's go. Where does she live? How afraid is she? Bass River. Bass River. Did she move real far away? Where's Bass River? Is anybody in here from we got my East Coast friends down in here, obviously. Truro. Where's Bass River? Help us out. How far is Bass River from Portapique, please? All these names I never see anymore, you know? Rainbow, Obsidian, Aussie Cat, Leo the Lion, Truth Seeker. I don't like typing. Less than 10 kilometers. Less than 10 kilometers. Okay? Real fucking far. 10 minutes. Wow. She moved real far away. Because she was so terrified. Let's look at some of the things that she likes to look at. Well, or we've got in here. Safety security consultant for the independent sector for 20 years. 20 years, right? Where'd she graduate high school from? Germany. Thank you to the person that helped me out with this. I didn't know as soon as I said the name Lar, they were like, oh, I know where that is. So let's see, 2000 to 2002, she gets a certificate from the U of A, security management. But before she's doing that, she's working as a security consultant. Do you see any Department of National Defense on here? I've heard a lot about the fact that she doesn't actually work for the Department of National Defense. Now, another interesting thing of here in note, so I encourage people, keep digging. 1993, right? She can't check into certain that people, old lady on the TV, above her pay grade, who apparently lives down west somewhere. 1993, how old does that make her? 44. About. Oh, Seamus, you're just seeing things. You're just seeing things, right? See, we can get a laugh if I'm wrong about things too. But you see, Brenda is a bit of a mystery. She's a total mystery. And I don't know if I'll talk about it in this episode, but for sure I can tell you that when I Googled her right away and did a dated search on anything to do with her in Alberta, everything that came up to do with Camrose, which is apparently where she's from, she was in the newspaper quite a bit subsequent to April 19th. Never before. But I think there were about 5 articles. I pointed that out on the internet at one point in time. I don't think I ever got screenshots of it. Maybe. I'm not sure. Anyway, but then when I was talking about it, everything seemed to disappear again. Very odd how these things happen. But, maybe she just graduated late and stuff like that. That's very possible. It's a different Brenda Bow Forbes, by the way. These medals, I've asked, hopefully, those of you who are very good with medals, I've asked a couple of people to investigate what these medals are for. Those are Gulf War medals. So Seamus, you're just seeing things. She graduated late. Proper English, right? So, am I? Is there feedback on the microphone? Who's this? George Forbes. Where does he live? Oh, that's right. He lives in Bass River. Also, Department of National Defense. Let's see. Let's just see if there is because maybe it's just a magical coincidence, right? A Brenda and a George Forbes. Working military in Bass River. Was George's name revealed by this point? I don't know. We'll do a little search here. We'll open up a fresh window for you. I don't know. New window. I can't remember. August 22nd, 2020. Let's see here. I presume so. Brenda? Brenda Lucky. George Forbes. Let's see what we got. Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay. There he is. Oh, yes. Jesus, this article. There she is. Right. Somewhere there's a bunch of videos where I just rip this apart. I want to see your ad. We'll get there. Maybe is it this? Okay. No, I got to go through it before. Remember, we've been through these articles. See? No. She basically says she hasn't seen anything. Oh. What? Hearsay. August 22nd, 2020. Boom. Look like a 44-year-old woman to you? Oh, but you haven't proven it's the same people. Okay. Let's find George. First time Forbes and her husband George met the gunman. Back then, it was known that So what do you think the coincidence is of Brenda and George Forbes working in the military? At least one of them. The other one is a bit sneaky, dodgy. Now, how do you work for independent sector all the time that you're in the military? Nova Scotia. Come on. Which is attached to. You think they're the same people? Because I do. Rockefeller. Down in Washington. Let's see. She works out of Washington. Yeah, okay. You sent a video. Is there feedback on the microphone? You're getting echo? There isn't a second Brenda Forbes with the disappearing videos with a husband who has the same name. Haha. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? You never know. Of course. Now, what else does she like to do in her spare time? Well, she likes this person, Andre Levesque. This guy, I'm not real familiar with, Dr. Andre Levesque. He got an awful lot of fucking medals. He's got a lot of awards, too. A lot of letters behind his name. Not sure who this character is. Might want to look at him. I'll leave you the link for that. I did kind of just scrape through a little bit. He's into, I don't know, Deputy Chancellor, St. John's Ambulance, Chair of Ontario, chairs of lots of things, chairs of the International Society of Commemoration Memorials and other monuments, Chief Historian, Special Advisor. Let's see what else he's got here. Can somebody let me know the audio's 5x5? Member, the fuck you guys say? I don't even know. Research Fellow, Advisor to the President of, I don't know. They don't want any echo. Advisor. Military stuff, and lots and lots and lots of medals, but no experience. So I don't know. I don't think by this point in time I knew that he oversaw the RCMP National Graveyard. Audio is fine. Thank you. Oh, wait a second here. Past commander of the Ottawa Commandery. 4x3. Oh, that's more charity. By 5x75. Okay, very interesting. Maybe I should just turn this up on speed wise.
Charity, lots of charity stuff. Lots of awards. Somebody very big with a lot of awards.
Friends with Brenda.
Yeah.
1 degree separation.
Organizations, Royal Canadian Air Force. Now, Lahr is an Air Force base in Germany. But she didn't work in the Air Force, apparently. She was a safety security consultant. What does this mean?
Oh, I'm
Philanthropist.
being a shitbird.
That word. Whew. Vomit. Let's see what activity she's got here. Oh, Brenda Forbes likes Justin Trudeau. She likes this man. National Trust.
1 degree of separation from head of Covert Ops Canada, RCMP. Come on. This thing stinks.
UN migration?
Nobody will touch that with a 10-foot pole. Still. All these years later.
More Air Force stuff?
Philanthropy.
More stuff to do with the military. More from her friend.
Oh. Her friend. See?
CFN Consultants.
That's the RCMP graveyard down in Ottawa. And military. How do you get to be a friend with, if you're just a standard grunt? No offense. How do you get to be friends with the likes of Andre Levesque? Was he lieutenant colonel? Not the same department. He doesn't even, I think he's just a reservist too. Okay, sorry.
It's a Russian uniform, isn't it? Russian uniforms, isn't it?
Is it?
Are they? No. Maybe? I'm not sure. Ex-military careers.
Oh, Jane Gerster. Talking about the book deal. Look at that. The book deal. Book deals. Jane Gerster is the one who interviewed her for Global. I wonder if I picked up on it.
This summer has been a whirlwind. I lost my job now that I'm starting to move past being stunned.
See, the thing is too, I have to say that lots of stuff, like, I'll just talk like I don't know, but I know, and I'm just kind of leading in the story, right? I'm breadcrumbing, so I don't even remember if I'm doing that at that point.
Actually, incredible relief. I sold 2 of my books. McClellan Stewart to publish critical history of the RCMP.
Oh yeah, I knew. Okay. Oh, fuck. National Defense Headquarters. Wow. I'm just being a jackass. It's funny to watch me when I know myself. This is a surprise.
For the good of the force.
She likes her books on the Royal
Investigation
Canadian Mounted Police.
into a history of racism, misogyny. Misogyny. Strange. Misogyny. To be published in 2022. Book deal. Remember, this is what? August 22nd, 2020. Nothing stinks here. Brenda. Dumpster fire. This is all IMT. Has anybody been looking at IMT at all? IMT is outrageous. I don't even know how to begin to unravel that, but I'll tell you, that is a fucking swamp of corruption. April 22nd, they were already. Do I have screenshots of that? One moment. Yeah, IMT is really not good. Really not good. All that is, like, the whole thing, it's very difficult to unravel. I think I have somewhat of a grasp of it. I don't think I was wrong all this time that IMT, Robin, H Strong 2 investigation, supposed investigation, head overseeing ESDC, overseeing the disclosure of all the evidence to ESDC, the disclosure of evidence to mass casualty, the disclosure of evidence to Hoyt, the internal RCMP investigation into workplace safety, which I talked about Hoyt over in. The only other time Hoyt has ever been implemented that I'm familiar with is Moncton. And then you have Diamopoulos coming in. And Diamopoulos's notes are very... Nobody seems to have figured out what IMT is, but if you dig into it, all it is garbage. I'm not going to probably flash that up on the screen right now. But they were tracking people on Twitter. Yeah, let's have a quick look at that. I want to get back to that, though. So if I do... You're handling the bulletin and all that bullshit. So if I do H Strong 2... Again, these are things I've been talking about for a fucking long time. They monitor the shit out of everybody. It has nothing to do with... Here we go. These documents are slowly, ever so slowly petering out. Ever so slowly. Social media analytics, H Strong 2. This is IMT. This is John Robin. This is Janice Gray. This is Diamopoulos. This is Santa Suso. The whole crowd. Look at this shit. They're monitoring Twitter to see who's liking shit. It has nothing to do with investigating. This was that day. They were watching to see who they should be talking to, who they should... what did they say? What did Santa Suso say? Be proactive with the media. Get ahead of the issues. Issue management team. Tweet removed. what is this? The 854 tweet of Wortman. Just watching what everybody does. And you can actually see how many people literally followed them as a result of the stuff that was going down that day in Portapique. Followed the Nova Scotia Twitter account, and it's not many. So what was it that Leather said? It was a far superior way to use. Post removed off of Facebook. They're just cleaning 61 follows. All the media retweets. You recognize some of these names too. Get ahead of it. Frank Magazine. Richie. Quan out in Vancouver. Darren's friend. To get to do the exclusive interview. Come on, man. The one that never appeared. The one that the families waited for. Sorry, that's not Douglas Quan. Douglas Quan did the interview when the RCMP started to take shit. What was it about? About the video of the money withdrawal. Darren did a private interview with Douglas Quan. Exclusive. Douglas Quan out in Vancouver, of course. Where is Darren from? These connections are deep. Okay, let's go back to that. But watch IMT. There's no way to begin to unravel that one between now and the conclusion of the MCC. But people need to dig into that one. When things... I just NASCAR'd this one through. I don't know how much they'll skate with, but we'll see. There's still more to come for sure. But this week will be interesting. But once this is, kind of slowed down a little bit, and get all the documents. Trust me, get them all. That website, I'll put $1 down. That website will disappear. All the information off of it. Poof, gone. It may take a little bit of time, but it will go. It will go. And then what are you left with? But if you dig into H Strong and IMT, which is one and the same, you'll see that they're controlling they're trying, that the whole job is to manage the issues, run defense, gatekeep for the RCMP, but at the same time, be the ones that disclose. And that'll actually play into the video, because I'll talk about maybe something that they seem to have removed, I think, from the April 28th, 2021 video. Because I can't find shit about Lee or Mike in that video. What is a misogynist is the choice to be a hater of women, written by, who is that? I can't read. My eyes, when I get old. Oh, Gene Sarson, like Linda McDonald. What is What is IMT? IMT is Issues Management Team. They're managing the issues that the RCMP are going to face, because April 22, IMT was set up by Santa Suso and others to manage the upcoming inquiry. April 22, 2020. 3 days in. You're what? You're not even, families are still waiting. This is outrageous. And all that they were doing is like, how do we get our stuff together and make sure that we've got everything in a scene, and then we can put it into the what is it? The ER or the E3, ED3. They have a special computer system that we won't lose any of the information. Right. Fuck. Let's see here. Jean Sarson. She was just piping these articles out. Jerry. Linda. Jesus. Doing their task. Let's try Jerry Sarson. Not knowledge then. Jerry Sarson. Instead, he joined the RCMP and trained in Ottawa. He was sent to New Brunswick and met his bride, Jean, a registered nurse. After that, he volunteered for Northern Service, traveled to work in Tuktoyaktuk, whatever, at the mouth of the Mackenzie River. I think that's misspelled. In fact, I know it is. Jean got posted after near Gerald. They settled in Inuvik. Okay, let's see here. I tried, man. I really tried. And God only knows what the fuck they cleaned off my channel. If they've left me this shit, by the way. Eddie. Let's see here. I suppose it's because it's got around too much now. Later moved to the Northwest Territories, where she got married. Living across the Arctics and moving to Nova Scotia. Jean Sarson and Linda McDonald co-founded the non-state. Anything that's not the state. Do you see a picture? Because I certainly see a picture. Issues management team? I've been trying to help out and broad, but you got to destroy this one because it's bullshit. But do you know who it helps? Well, that's right. Let's see. It helps the state. Yep. That was what it was all about, all engineered. Linda McDonald is friends with Brenda Forbes. Do I show that? All you have to do is just show the relationships. Ask, what's in it for them? Where's that? I didn't show. But I would show my work. Think one of the best points to me. Let's see if I can find it still. It says she witnessed. Oh, I like that. She witnessed. What did she really witness? She's a security consultant, but what was it? What was it that Linda McDonald said? Let's actually find that. Where was that? Right. Do I have to non-share? I have to remove this, I think, and then delete this. Stop screen. Okay, now I gotta add again so you can get the audio. Okay. Well, the Halifax Examiner article shows it.
Are being raised. The federal and provincial government joint independent reviews will not be enough. And today, one group is demanding that any review must incorporate what they say is a very relevant perspective.
Very relevant.
Our top story.
Very relevant, of course. Based on what again?
Shooting spree, the majority were female, 13 to 9 males.
13 to 9. Yeah. Sorry, just the math on that one. The math. What is the demographic? 51% female, 49% male. Right? Oh, this is 59%. Oh, it's very disproportionate. Listen very carefully.
That's why the group Nova Scotian Feminists Fighting Femicide was created in the aftermath of the mass murder. The group, spearheaded by Linda McDonald and Jean Sarson, is calling for a public inquiry examining the incident through a feminist lens, one they say is important given the patterns of other violent incidents.
We've just been speaking ever since, trying to bring in the aspect of the femicide and...
Nice book in the background there. It's just big, all the subtle sewing of stuff. The Scream. Interesting. Okay. Good painting.
Misogyny and the connection between male violence against women and mass shooting.
Both women say they're angered by the federal and provincial government's decision to instead launch a review.
This is like father knows best,
Oh,
you know.
Sergeant Jean. Sorry, you understand that they're spinning that, right? It's all theater. Oh, the bad government, but we really actually are helping the government. Those bad men. We'll pipe it up a little worse. But listen towards the end of this interview.
Has said part of the review's terms of reference include a mandate to look at contributing and contextual factors, including the involvement of gender-based and intimate partner violence.
Nice logos on the top of this one. Okay.
Well as police policies.
Is that Bill Blair?
Intimate partner violence. But Sarson and McDonald say that doesn't go far enough in terms of considering the feminist lens.
We're asking that from a feminist analysis that you look at the position of women in general and the violence that women endure.
As an example,
no more trips for you.
May have been missed
no more books for you.
Misogynist system. In 2013, neighbor Brenda Forbes brought the issue of domestic violence to the attention of RCMP. Her complaint never went anywhere. It played out the same way in another concern she raised.
Brenda went to her boss in the military and told her boss that she was being stalked, and he said, get used to it.
Went to her boss. Sorry? But she's a security consultant in the military. Oh, this is deep. Deep, 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 deep. Because she lives in Edmonton or wherever, down
It's
west.
all the same machine, Todd. You know that.
LinkedIn's out of Bass River.
Oh, Todd knows that, of course.
Getting fucking schooled.
Oh, Judy.
Everybody's getting duped on this one. And ask questions like how many women are in the military, or sorry, how many women are in the RCMP? Upper management of the RCMP, how many are women? Let's see how patriarchal it is. And with women in charge, why the fuck are they not paying attention to all of the spousal abuse that occurs within the RCMP?
Mm-hmm.
Men beating up women. Oh, that's right. It's non-state. Their organization. Can't look at that.
Yeah, look at
But
it.
can you?
Very good group they picked.
Let's try a search here.
These bastards just try to erode my credibility. Fuck you, man. I'm quite amazed with my organizational skills always. It's just aside from them coming in and fucking with my computer and shit. On top of it, I have to deal with my utter disorganization and lack of tech skills. God did not bless me, though, I assure you.
Linda McDonald and Jean Sarson speak about the RCMP's shortcomings in respect to the Picton case. Oh, how interesting. Jean Sarson specifically, whose husband is RCMP.
I don't think I touched that one in this one. You know that Picton actually went to court to stop the RCMP from destroying evidence in his case, even though he's been convicted. That's an odd maneuver. A very odd maneuver. Please don't destroy evidence on the case anymore. I know I did it in another video. The reason that I guess I stream like this is because I never have things really particularly lined up. I just on the fly I'm going.
Somebody raised an interesting question too about the nursing today with me. Are they still working as nurses? East Tots? I'm not sure. Additionally, I'll have to dig those up because I think I put it away. It's on my phone. But they actually speak specifically to the RCMP's failings. So if they failed with the Picton case, trying to draw the logic here for you. They clearly don't mind going after the RCMP sometimes. Right? Picton was clearly a big problem. Picton seems to be coming up a lot in respect to Nova Scotia. Darren Campbell, Janice Gray. There's a third one.
Bergerman's involved with it.
Instant promotions ×2. Both of them in 2 years for throwing Galliford, Campbell's ex-wife, under the bus because she was going to testify against the RCMP about Picton.
Wow. Terrible.
On behalf of the women. How about Gene Sarson, Linda McDonald? Do they support that?
Hey, Becca.
Brenda Bow Forbes is BBF. Anyways, I don't want to keep you, and Maya's going to go to bed. So thanks very much. I
But
just
of course,
want
I will.
to hopefully the narrative has to be attacked. I think there are really easy ones to attack them on.
Mhm.
Really easy ones. Who are you? Where are you getting your money? Where do you get your money from?
Mm.
They're no longer nurses? Okay. Well, they're getting paid by somebody. The private funding. Who's the private funding coming from? Did they end up in the G7 meeting? Wasn't it?
I think it was a UN meeting, actually. UN. Switzerland? Why would it be the G7? Oh, it's a UN. Oh, it is G7. Oops. My apologies. Jeez. My memory.
All those fancy trips and shit you get.
Aw.
I like how their glasses are kind of the same.
Sounds
Kind of
government
look the same.
affiliated.
Betty. Oh, Betty.
Yeah. Who pays for it all? We do.
What is her real last name?
So that then they can run
better not
defense.
dox her. That wouldn't be very good. I'm not trying to dox anybody. I'm just trying to say, please, if you're really interested in women's issues, I think, funnily enough, there's a lot.
Oh,
There is the case of the RCMP lying up in Truro, where you live.
this
What
is
was her
not
name
going to
again?
be good. 2020?
Begins with B.
Mm-hmm.
RCMP lied. Truro. A woman. Menace to society.
Anybody saying anything then?
Nope. Fucking silent. Could somebody give me the name again? And women, please take note of it. Searching. Junior Dugan. There we go.
See,
I remember that's the neighbor. Junior Dugan. Oh, it's 2 years ago. Over 2 years ago. Susie Boudlin repeatedly pleaded with the RCMP. Well, how about this? How about that? Where's Linda McDonald? Hell, they're from Truro. Where's Linda McDonald? Where's Betty? Boudlin's a problem. Did they come and help? When was this? Oh, that's right. June. The article was written. A friend said the RCMP officer told Bootland her allegations against Dugan, it made her, not him, a menace to society. And this was proven in court. And they were proven to be liars.
Mhm.
Susan Bootland. Ah. In court.
Wiley,
But you know, they don't do that. They don't lie,
Rod McD,
right?
of the Three Amigos.
They're not supposed to lie in court,
Basalt.
or can they?
Bible Hill. I was trying.
The chess
Brenda.
pieces. They don't play chess very well. I'm not a particularly great chess player myself, literally, but
Oh,
it's a fun game.
the more than three
This kind of
chess
chess
I like to play. Yeah, I like to play.
Moves are transparent. More moves are coming. They'll get exciting. I told you about the lawsuit that was coming in a roundabout way. I said, watch. It's going to turn family. Because now, if you have questions, what has happened? We have LB. Yes. There's my man.
World's largest street gang.
I love you, brother.
100%. It was a fucking T-shirt of theirs.
Oh, there's so many.
Mm-hmm.
This is from an organization.
Well,
that's
that was
run
what
by
I was
women.
getting at.
State organization.
Running the
How did
cover.
this happen? What's going on here? Spousal abuse. Ignored women's complaints.
Wonder if Santa Suso and Co had anything to do
Victim.
with this.
There's so many different ways to attack this one.
IMT.
Easily can be done.
Gotta be done by women, though.
There we go. Yeah. Another great one. Another great resource I found on this one is use the shit database. Their reports. Probably better grab them before they disappear. Shit.
What, that? A 8-year member of the RCMP has been charged with assault threats against a woman. Greg Whalen. Could that be Wiley? Somebody's post there? November 28th, 2017? I presume no, because they seem to know all the details, but interesting how the name's kind of close.
Recent publications. Oh, you know, the one that doesn't have the report that they're supposed to have, that's overdue, because they legally have to have that after 3 months. Oh, the
Felix.
Onslow one, you know, the ones that they're back at work. And they were back at work almost right away. You can just comb through.
That I agree, that is obviously a severe problem, but at this point in time, there's no, in this case, there's nothing to tie it. I haven't, usually my spidey senses will tinkle on something. I'm not picking it up. The only one I've picked up on so far is, which is an interesting one. What is her name? Deanna Thorne. Thorne. Witness down at the warehouse with Cindy and Ocean. But I can't tell what state of mind she was in.
very tragic that she died. Is there something there? I don't know. Dies in a hotel. But my spideys aren't tingling on that part. But here, guns for sure. I'll give you the link to that. It's not to say there are lots of rape cases in here. Morning, Nosy. Abuse to women. You've got the case of the UBC student, wellness checks. You got the wellness checks. I don't know, Becca. Shootings. You had the UBC student. I would say this isn't to attack good. I just generally go where like I have quite a bit of evidence to follow on. Like nobody has touched certain people. Balin is a big one. Nobody has touched the videos I did on dentures and the money through the clinics. What the fuck is going on? Come on. Why is it eluding me about the dentures? It's bad. That fellow's name has never come up. And I'll tell you, it's not very hard to find his name immediately in his association to Wortman. They fucked with my graphic, though it's still in the video. What this? Yes, this is something else. Pleasant Street. Is it? Okay. Where did I have that? What was his name? Why is it slipping my mind? Clayfield. There you go. Clayfield. What the fuck? His name is literally on the fucking businesses, and we don't hear his name. The phone numbers are the same. The mailing address to Berkshire, is it Berkshire over in Fredericton? The exact same mailbox. Come on! And yet, Paul Clayfield's not mentioned. The Clayfield family, the Nova Scotia Denturist Society, his son, I believe, the Association to Genus Clinic. Come on. And how does this not even come up? Not even a whisper. Not even a whisper. Problem. Morning, oh dear. I didn't say that she was dead. I said, what is her name? What is her regimental number? Doing in Janice Gray's notebook. Under 45. At 6:40 in the morning. Chief superintendent. Who's hanging on Chris Leather's arm. All the information's coming in through him. She's got the entries for 41, 46, 2 hours later, 45. 3 bodies. Oh. What going on?
Good members. There are bad members. Just like there are bad everything. There are bad YouTubers. Perhaps I'm a bad YouTuber. I don't know.
I don't know what else I go into here. Oh,
In which case you can give me a downvote. They always seem to give me downvotes.
I didn't get any downvotes on this one. Maybe somebody will throw me a downvote now. What the fuck am I going into here? Oh, Kelowna.
Oh no. Oh, sorry. Whatever. It's 2 seconds of music. Just don't watch it. Oh, that looks like treating women well.
Yeah, where's Linda?
Where's Linda McDonald? Where's Gene Sarson? Come on, Sergeant Gene! Yes, it's a woman doing it to another woman. Frankly, I think that's just as appalling.
She's a self-hating woman. I
Does
don't
it have to always be a man beating up a woman? I don't think a woman should be touched. A hand shouldn't be laid on her by anybody. I don't think people should be beating up anybody anymore.
Well, obviously, you have to restrain somebody who's being problematic, but using excessive force is another thing entirely.
You'd think women were a little bit more sensitive. Hell, there are organizations run by a woman.
Imagine walking into this. You're coming home. What? Come on.
What is wrong with you, dude?
Yeah. I hope
Just
he's
stands
saying
there.
something.
I think I'd probably say, excuse me, you seem to be assaulting that woman. Are you going to go to jail?
Yeah, he'd get threatened for sure. Can't say shit.
Yeah, what were the after effects?
Again,
I
need
remember
lots
the
of-
photos.
I
Not very
just know
nice.
where proof is.
She seems very proud.
They've thrown out a lot
She's
of
tough.
disinformation to
That
fuck
one.
with people.
Frankly, I think.
Thanks,
that's kind of
IMT.
bully.
You guys are awesome.
Not real nice.
But when you don't want to talk about something, and it's all over the place, you know there's a problem. In your own government data banks.
Ouch. Well, now we're going to are we going to do the boot? There we go. Oh, a little bit. Let's see.
I think she's standing on her. Or a little bit.
Don't worry. If it brings shame to the
Oh,
RCMP,
there's
she'll
something
get
huge there.
medical discharge.
Those 2 videos on
And then
denture
somebody can rob
clinics,
her pension
there's a lot.
so that they can go on golf trips.
I forget too. There was more I was going to add to that story now. Oh yes. Well, I'll have to do another denture video. There's some political connections. I already brought in the overseas money, Paradise Papers stuff. There may be more political wise. Yeah.
Good members, I'm sure, equally
Judge,
don't agree with this type of behavior.
Judge calls for, what is this? Oh, it's just whatever. probe into Lower Sackville's
somebody
handling
we
of
can
teenage
promote.
girl. Jesus.
Somebody in this case. The Nova Scotia stuff. White shirt in the mail. I'll just leave that with you. You can- Oh, that's nice.
Oh, come on.
There we
Really?
go. Let's pull her hair.
Ouch.
Because it very much, she's a threat here. You know that, right? You can see how threatening she is.
She's not even moving. Is she passed out? I think she's probably passed out. Oh, no, she moved a little bit there. That's great. We live in a police
me.
state. People are just wandering by. Oh, what's going on there? Nothing. Not my business. On my backyard.
They don't like when these tapes leak out.
Oh, the denture clinics and then some of the websites are totally fucked up. I think I went into a little bit of them. Did I go into the one about the sweatshirts? I'm like, what? On the yeah, geez, the web. Yeah, those are good videos on the denture clinic shit. It is sad because imagine if it was your daughter or something like that. It's not to say that I'm sure she did something, obviously, or hopefully, but you can still treat people compassionately. It's like the old elderly, what was it, elderly Korean lady? I think I probably showed that in a video. Oh. Oh, yeah. Why are you taking the mat? Oh, you're going to wrap her up in the mat or something?
Or is she gonna? No, don't worry about it.
Oh, I see.
I thought actually she might have covered her up.
Yeah.
So
I still have the same thought all these years later.
embarrassed in public like that.
Spend less on mobile, spend more on treating your friends. I
Get
got
out of
it.
here.
Clamp it. Thank you. Where were we? There we go. Thanks very much. My man, my brother. Another good one. You guys can throw that in there.
It's sad. It's just sad.
Perhaps the RCMP. Judge says that there needs to be an investigation in the conduct of two
They're
Lower
fucking-
Mill SAC.
They were running in the background, tried to call me a misogynist. Are you fucking out of your mind?
Sackville RCMP officer
Thank
The
God
judge
all the
says-
women came to my, including
who responded to
family
a
members.
911 call last
My
spring
age.
involving a
Shut
teenage
'em
girl
up
who was out of
fast.
control after ingesting drugs. A 17-year-old who received bruises and abrasions over her entire body and was tased during the incidents and also suffered a concussion. She ended up being charged with assaulting both officers and breaching recognizances. Her identity is protected. And she was found, what? Not guilty. I'm not satisfied that the girl's actions were done deliberately.
Pat Curran.
Where's Linda McDonald?
Never touched
Where-
that. They never touched that, did they? Pat Curran's denial. I know I mentioned it a few times. Pat Curran's denial. Oh yes, it was because we had to wait on CERT. CERT gave us the all clear. Pat's like, no. Judge Pat Curran, no. No, you guys were doing your own stuff with guns. Sorry, I'm out. What the fuck? Who wouldn't want to work for this shit? I don't know. I'm not saying Judge Pat Curran is. What is that going into here? Complaints. Oh, I'm probably saying to people you can register complaints.
Ongoing investigations.
No.
Oh, they have, in 2020, they have one. Oh, nothing for 2 years before that. Nothing for 2 years before that. Oh, and 3 years before that. That's awesome. Oh, that's it here?
I do feel badly though for the Civilian Complaints Commission. What is this? Civilian Reviews Complaint Commission. That lady who was on, the one with curly hair. I mean, it would just drive me having to deal with day in and day out. I mean, I guess I do, but it's only related to kind of, well, I suppose it's on a lot of different issues, but holy Christ. On the like dealing with it on the inside. Oh my God. It would just drive a person absolutely insane. All their hiding and obfuscating and bullshit.
Oh. Do you believe that? 4 complaints.
Chair initiated.
What do these people do?
You see, and it's the Civilians Complaint Commission is bringing their own shit.
4 complaints in 7 years.
Like she said.
Pretty fucking awesome, man. Or do they have a backload of cases? Maybe I'm just wrong. Let's see, completed investigations. Oh, they've got a few. Taser use on child. Well, that's nice. I would say, women, look at these cases all in here. Look in the shit. I'll link that below too. Take screenshots, by the way, and archive. Otherwise, it'll end up like this. Let's see. What was that site that I was mentioning the other day? Oh, yes. And I gave you the link to. Search the database. Let's see here. Remember? I used to be able to search. Oh. Oops. Now it doesn't work anymore.
They're already messing. They've always been messing with me for fucking years. I'm tired
Copy
of
that.
that shit. Anyway, I don't want to.
Is it that somebody doesn't want people to do the research? They don't want people to see the nepotism?
No,
They don't want people to dig deeper? Yeah, maybe. An independent agency that handles public complaints for on-duty Mounties, Halifax District RCMP released a statement. DERP. That would be DERP, probably. Actually, this is under Janice Gray. You know, the one who badmouthed.
Huh? What? 2020? Janice Gray? Okay.
Darren Campbell's ex-wife.
The what?
Oh, yeah.
What was that?
Yeah, she got the 2 promotions, right? Janice Gray.
Fuck.
Wednesday, standing behind the 2 officers. Oh, surprise. So the cert stands behind them,
Janice?
which is RCMP. RCMP stands
Santa
behind
Suso?
RCMP. The Halifax RCMP stands behind RCMP, but a judge. No. In the first instance, this investigation was referred to by the RCMP to CERT, more RCMP, who had decided it was not in their mandate, the statement said. When it became apparent that-
interesting to watch myself because I do throw a lot of information and then there'll just be like a nugget in there. because I know the stuff in my head, so I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. But then I don't. I remember. Well, I saw that the other day. Somebody was pointing it out, and I thought it was somebody else. And I was talking to. I thought it was a family member actually. And they're like, I talked to them. They're like, no, it wasn't me. Because they're always like, why can't you just tell people what the fuck is going on? And I'm like, well, I do. And they're like, yeah, but you have to spell it out more. I'm like, but I do. Like right there, it just like Janice Gray, blah, blah, blah. It's the same one who sewers Galliford. Like, but I'm talking about, you know, the shit that she was doing on social media and the LinkedIn. Galliford, fucking, no, Gray. There were continuing community concerns. CERT chose to undertake an investigation. Oh, how good of them. How good of them. Well, anybody who's not blocked, I would love to know. I put out a request the other day. I've heard maybe one person can get into it. Maybe. It's fine. You know what? RCMP, that's fine. You know what? Probably going to get access to your quarterlies. When it became apparent, okay, determined that our actions of our members were not criminal in nature, we respect the outcome of their investigation. Sorry, of whose investigation? Oh, your own investigation. Same thing. Here's another thing. I talk to certain people. It's not like necessarily I'm talking to everybody in the chat or whatever. I'm talking like sometimes I'll throw things out that are directed towards very certain people that I know may be watching. Probably. Maybe is an understatement. They will be. And I'm telling them to do the fucking right thing because you're a total shit ass. And maybe hammers might keep falling on you. Oops. RCMP. A further administrative review of the actions of our officers has concluded that there were no breaches of RCMP Act in accordance with the Code of Conduct. When you take it back, is that the lying Code of Conduct? Like you could lie in court? No. Codes of Conduct. To the public? To anybody? Is that the FIDO Code of Conduct? The fuck it and drive on Code of Conduct? Because you have members in such fear? We have and will continue to fully support our members in Halifax. He's Pitt there. How about that? How about Janice Gray bashing? You could look at that one too. There's another good one. Janice Gray. Didn't seem to slow him down. June. Wasn't she shot in her bed, I believe? 26-year-old Indigenous woman from British Columbia was fatally shot by police. She allegedly threatened. Allegedly. Well, it was a wellness check. Oh, that came up, didn't it? Northwestern New Brunswick City. Early Thursday. Family of Chantel Moore said she recently moved from British Columbia to live near her mom and daughter. Her death came at the time heightened with attention. Police actions and practices in the United States and Canada following the death of George Floyd. I'm not going to touch that one. Dangerous. The Edmonds Police Force said the officer went downtown apartment building, prompted around call 2:30. The wellness check. Nora Moore's great aunt told CBC that her former boyfriend of Moore, who lives in Toronto, had asked the police to check on her. Martin said that he was concerned only because she had been harassed after being moved to her new apartment in the city. Harassed. She'd been harassed. Where's Linda Betty? Yeah, sorry, Linda Betty. Where are they? Oh, that's right. Crickets. Crickets. It's always crickets. Inspector Steve Robinson told reporters Moore received strange messages on Facebook. At first, the officer went to the scene, and then all of a sudden, the person just exited the apartment with a knife and was attacking. The officer had no choice but to defend herself. The woman officer shot
So
the
they
woman,
don't like to give.
which was the one who was shot in her bed. Police have not said how many shots were fired. Okay, of course. You can't tell anybody anything. Asked how long it had been when the officer arrived in the shooting, Robin said, "I don't know, but it was really quick. We just shot her. Don't worry about it." Like the old man, not wearing a mask. Let's 2 officers shoot him.
Oh God, that was a terrible.
73-year-old man, don't wear a mask, you get shot.
Do you remember that one? Do you remember that story? The guy who wasn't wearing the mask in Ontario, and they went to his house and they shot him. What? You shoot an old man because well, whatever. Come on. A little overkill to be, pardon the language.
They chase you down at home and shoot you. And then the people at the store feel good about it.
That was sick.
We reported them. It was great.
That was sick.
My staff does fantastic.
The employee's response to that. I don't know what the fuck some people are on. The lady was being interviewed from the store. I think it was the assistant manager or something like that. I'm like, what is wrong with you? I think I went through it in one case. OPP also shot a toddler not long ago after. What was with the accident? I just heard about down TPS officer dying. Because when I watched the video, it was very interesting. He was driving the Civic, and on the way to work, you would know all about it, I'm sure. And I only just saw it in passing. The horrific accident. Holy shit! But when they were saying that he was on the way to work in the video, he was on the way. It kind of bumped over that. There was clearly some fiddling with the video. I wonder if I can find that while this is playing. It was really screwy. So I don't know if he actually was on the way to work or not. Hey, Linda. I'm just going back in time, looking at a few things. Thought it would be interesting to flash back to whatever stuff that the RCMP CSE has decided to leave on my channel. Because I think actually the editing is far more horrendous than I think. Definitely can add up some of it, but I think it's fucking gargantuan. Anyway, sorry, back to the Ontario thing. That was messed up. I don't think he was on the way to work. And then I had the subtitles on the video, and it did insert the word work, but she never said work. The person who was being, I don't know if I'll ever be able to find that video again. Probably not.
Yeah, I think it was this one. Was it this one? Let's see.
We begin with news of another tragic.
Maybe it is this one. Let's see. I think it might be this one. Have I got the subtitles on? Yeah.
We begin with news of another tragic death
Might not be.
involving GTA police. This one in Markham, where a York regional officer was killed in an early morning car crash. Good afternoon. Police confirming just a short while ago the identity of the officer, Constable Travis Gillespie.
Police say he
Look at
died at
the
the
accident.
scene near Major Mackenzie Drive in Wharton. And that's where we find CTV's Janice Golden.
It's when she speaks. She says on the way to work.
Hi, Nathan. We're down the road just a bit from where the actual accident occurred, given a large span of Major Mackenzie Drive near Wharton and Markham has been shut down due to the investigation. But we will be showing you some chopper
Look at
video,
that.
which will show you just how severe the impact was. But before we do so, I want to warn you that some of this video is pretty graphic. Now, from the sky, you'll be able to see
Oof.
a white Honda Accord covered in the tarp, the front end of the vehicle shorn clean off, the engine gone, and sitting some distance away.
I don't know. I just have a feeling, and I hope to God I'm wrong, but I have a feeling that it's not on the way to work, like the video is titled. And I think maybe something might have been involved. Perhaps. What the fuck do you need to get to work for that fast?
Further down the road, you can see a badly damaged dark-colored Porsche Cayenne. Now, as you've mentioned, York Regional Police have now confirmed that the driver of the Honda Accord was one of their own. In a statement today, Chief Jim McSween said, "It is
It'll
with
be
great
after this.
sadness that I share the tragic passing of York Regional Police Constable Travis Gillespie, who was killed in a collision on his way today.
See?
He survived."
Do you see? Do you see what it just did? On his way to, and then it blips. I don't think he was on the way to work.
On his way today. He is survived by Gillespie, who was killed in a collision on his way today. He is survived by his parents, loved ones, and colleagues. This unexpected loss is devastating.
See? And it says on the way to work. On his way to work. I hope I'm wrong about this one. But it intentionally blips out the work. He's driving a civilian vehicle. Come on. And that's an outrageous crash. Like, what the fuck? I don't know how fast you got to get to work, man.
Police Constable Travis Gillespie, who was killed in a collision on his way today. He is survived by his parents, loved ones, and colleagues. This unexpected loss is devastating. Who was killed in a collision on his way today. He is survived by his parents, loved ones, and colleagues.
Yeah. It's fucking crazy how badly that like, let's see. And they blocked off like such a huge chunk so that nobody could see it. But then obviously they had a drone or something up there.
6 a.m. And police say in order to ensure members of the York
That
Regional
is
Police
fucking
Department
fast.
are traumatized by this incident, the Peel Regional Police Major Collision Unit will be conducting the investigation into the crash. Now, police say Constable Gillespie was sworn in as a constable in April 2020 and served with 2 districts as a uniformed officer prior to joining the force. He served as a special constable with Metrolinx and Go. He is survived by his parents, loved ones, and colleagues.
I don't know. Hopefully that's just not the way it is. I'm not what, Linda? Just looking at the damage, the Civic crossed into oncoming traffic, high rate of speed to fire front end that far forward on a car. I just have a bad feeling that there wasn't a work. This is not a work thing at all. And that might be I don't like to say those kinds of things, but might be an O'Brien issue. Maybe. Even though O'Brien, I think, is using a lot of stuff. He was a transit cop? No. Then this story stinks. Wow. Well, you know, those transit cops out in BC with the undercover cucumber RCMP training covert ops. Cool. What else were they doing with not just the cucumbers and things? What the fuck was it? Oh, yes, removing feminine hygiene products and, oh, yes, defecating on each other. Mental illness? I'm sorry, if I was a police officer and somebody told me, you know, that you got to poo on somebody, or you got to be pooed on in order to, you got to do the, what did I call it? I remember when that story came out. Oh, the grumpy. That was from Depp. He said an Uncle Grumpy. Was it Uncle Grumpy? Or Mr. Grumpy? Mr. Grumpy. It's a good way to phrase it. I'm not so sure about the that may have been involved, or that may just be a ruse to get everybody off, and you know, oh, he's just drunk. Blame it on O'Brien, drunk. Anyway, I don't think there's probably, well, there will be. There's usually shit in here. I don't know what the fuck else is going on here. Let's go over here. Let's watch this start. I don't even remember these intros. Yeah, it is fast for a Civic too. Unless it was the Cayenne. Never know. But I used to have, before Fast and Furious was popular, like way before that, I had a skunked, nosed. I had a Civic that I did a lot of shit to. It was fucking outrageous. Not that I sped, because I didn't do that. Well, maybe I did. We're all stupid when we're young, aren't we? When we grow up, and hopefully we don't hurt anybody along the way. Prior to being your cop. Well, I hope I'm wrong. I'm not saying that, and I don't want to level any accusations at all, but it just, I don't know. And obviously I feel terrible for his family. It's horrible. If it's being painted by the media in a false light and by the police department, that's just wrong. Just say it how it is, and then actually, you know, you can probably deal with things. You can say, listen, some people have problems, and maybe that's an issue in our realm, which it is. Alcohol abuse very much in policing is a very serious problem. Down in Nova Scotia, there's one, the private bars thing. I came across one that's like maybe that's what Rod MacD is referring to at his barn. Anyway, something of that ilk. one of them I came across, I was like, holy fuck. It was like a real fucking bar. And it had hours and shit. And this guy was running it, and it was just for RCMP members. And there was fucking shit all over the wall. They had bands in there and like booze, just like people were just drunk out of their head. And he's like, you know, it's running like 24/7. I'm like, dude, I think you got a problem. I know. I certainly know. So I think whoever's frequenting there has difficulties. Never trust the media. I don't know. I don't know how Alex Jones is coming into this one, but fair enough.
Nova Scotia's EMO asked to use the hall as a registration center.
What date is this one? September 2nd, 2020. Now, I renamed this video again because I came across some stuff. So I guess obviously I'm spoiling a little bit, but it's because there is stuff a lot back there. And I was fucking pissed that stuff is missing out of the Robin Bergerman Butcher video, because unless I can't find it, and it is still in there, but it should be there, and it's not coming up. And I went into Butcher pretty heavy on that video, just like I did Robin and Bergerman. And Bergerman's not in there either, interestingly enough. So it's just Bergerman Butcher is gone. It looks like just Robin and Gray, which it's not, as I recall. There was I put it all together, and then when it came out in the media, May 12th, I think, was that the first appearance? So that would be 2 weeks later. And that one, I'm telling you, there's still, you know, it's not a bragging point. It's not it at all. Like I'd like the credibility, not the credit, the credibility. Like, I don't pipe shit. I have no purpose to do that, at least to the best of my knowledge, unless somebody's really fucking manipulating me, which is possible. I always keep that in the back of my mind. But I mean, I do a lot of my own research, and if something comes my way, I try and dig through it on my own to see if, hey, is this valid? Anyway, but you know, there's just been so much over the last 2 years, almost 2.5 years now, that we've broken over here, like tons. And not even just stuff that's come up in Nova Scotia, stuff that will come up elsewhere, the corruption, like we've been unraveling it. And that is just this channel is just a piece, like a really small piece. I have files out my ass.
For residents of Portapique who had fled their homes.
What was the date again?
RCMP officers
September
posted
2nd,
here in a cruiser.
2020.
By this time, police were on the hunt for the shooter,
Oh,
whom
actually,
they
I
knew
wanna read
was
the chat.
impersonating a police officer. At 10:30 a.m., 2 RCMP officers fired multiple shots outside the hall. Sources have told CTV News the officers thought they were firing at the suspect, when it was in fact a film empty.
Oh, your stepdad was killed himself trying to park his Geo Metro under a transport trailer at a highway. Ouch. I'm really, really sorry, dude. Oh, that's terrible. Sorry, I didn't mean to be insensitive. The drink is a downfall, you know. Drink is a bad thing. I'm glad I was able to get away from it. It had me good too. Some people it doesn't affect them, you know. I get that, but other people, some of us just can't quite do that one.
It was in fact a simple match.
This program is brought to you in part by
Good old Poirot.
yourselves a turn down collars, Poirot. That's all the thing. The thing, Hastings? Do you think Poirot concerns himself with mere thingness? No.
That is
No, I see. The turn down collar is the first symptom of
a loss
decay
of
at the
life.
first attempts.
A loss of life is just a loss of life. It's terrible, but you know, I'm glad that nobody else was hurt either. God shines sometimes. Not sometimes. He's always watching. The kitty cat. Fuck the kitty cat, man. Every time I see that, like it's, ooh. He had it up there for how long? And people were getting slaughtered. And then you want to say this is a superior method. Fuck you. It was a superior method to fucking bury your garbage.
All of the hard work, there's 3 fellow universes who are working very, very hard with Rage and Cage, LTT.
Try it. Try it. You know, I'm not saying I get things right all the time. I certainly don't, which is why I play it and, you know, let's see. Some things I have right, some things I won't. But, you know, the research is there to back it up. Only citing sources. So if I'm wrong, then I usually always try and say something's an opinion. But I don't go too far out on limbs. There's going to be things to connect things. I got 4 downvotes on this. Oh, the bulletin. Oh, IMT. Oh, I must be having my fun with the tech. God didn't bless me.
Pierce, my man.
Miss you. Haven't talked to you in a little bit. Why is there
Shop.
delay?
All right. Afternoon. Karen, Nova Scotia guy.
Why is there a delay?
We have to talk to some Todd. What's going on? Blue Nose.
Oh, now it's back.
Point Fire Craig. Dude and Dudettes. I'm more East Coast now. You can't be using those words. Too westernized.
I still can't pronounce
Peekaboo.
names.
What's going on? Ms. Fox, Frenchton's, Loretta Ange. Much love. Okay, so I think probably all of you may be aware of the article that came out, but if not, we're going to share it. I will preface it by saying that sadly, some of the details that we're going to be talking about a little bit may
Seems to have caught up.
be for everybody's. They're just tragic, right? So be advised that if that's going to be triggering for you, that's probably best not to watch. And I'm
RCMP don't like my
respectful
videos.
as much as I can.
That's fine.
Tammy, green bastard.
Maybe Mike was
Gonna
watching.
need gin. Of course, you always need the gin, don't you? I need the coffee, but you need the gin. Good to see you. Go grab yourself a gin. Have you got it? Bottle, bottle or glass. Yeah, there you go. Whew, I don't know. Craziness just going on. Yeah, it's absolutely heart-wrenching. Okay, so we'll go through the article. We'll talk about a couple of things. I'll bring up some other articles. And Rick, yo, Rick. Body of Nova Scotia shooting victim allegedly transported by tow truck. We've discussed this a little bit before. This isn't news, I think, sadly, to some of us over here, but it's getting mainstream now. Good. Sad, very tragic that these things are happening. A lot of gory details, but I think it's important to show the absolute hypocrisy that is going on here and how the RCMP have treated people.
And you see, they did that, right? They've done a very good job with the trauma, and they have. And it's because obviously you need to talk about things none of us want to either hear about necessarily, or in families' cases, want to hear again, because it's very painful. But in order to get to the truth, you have to always go through some pain. And it's interesting, some family members, I remember, well, I won't say what, but there were certain things that certain family members were very anti. But you see, the machine had built that, and they'd been like, no. And yet now, it's like a totally different story. They're like, no, I want it to come out. Like, even though this is not something I want to hear or relive or anything, it's got to come out because they're keeping us. They're using our own emotions as against us. And I'm like, yeah, that's the psychological warfare. They fucking did this stuff to you all from the start. Because they're like, well, it's trauma. You don't want to talk about it. But I mean, listen, if you're going to fucking go into a room, whether, that's a different family member, but you're going to prepare questions, and you're going to go through all the horror to get all those questions ready, only to go into a room for them to say to you, yeah, well, you know what? We're glad that you got those questions ready, but we're not ready to answer you because that might be too traumatic for you. And then their response, of course, was logical. And they're like, well, you know what? In order to get to this point where I'm sitting at this table with you, I've had to already go through all that horror, and I've actually had to put it down on a piece of paper. And now I just want to go through the answer because maybe, usually, I would not say in this case, but usually the truth isn't quite as bad as our minds will tend to go, usually. So they've already prepared themselves, and then they're like, no, sorry, can't answer. We just want to help you now. They're there. And I'm like,
The story. Very sad.
Nova Scotia shooting victim allegedly transported by tow truck.
Okay. I don't know if it's worth going through this video, but perhaps we will. The body of a Nova Scotia shooting victim, was allegedly transported from the crime scene by a tow truck while still inside his vehicle. That's an interesting way. I haven't read through the article, so I'm just sharing this with you at the same time. Still inside his vehicle.
I think this is the updated one. wasn't what we were told, was it? I don't think so.
I see.
I think the idea was that
Now that we know, like, a lot of this stuff is really good to look back on, right? Because you can go through Addie McCallum's notes. And he knew about the body right away. I think Bernard may have also spoken about it. So, you know, they all knew that there was a body in the back of the vehicle. Yeah, oh no, just tow it. Who cares?
that might have been in the car. So who's in the car? According to an amended version of a proposed class action lawsuit filed against the RCMP, the federal government, and the province. Excellent. Keep it coming. Let's expose this stuff. Sad, but this may be how we're going to get the answers. The RCMP, quote, the RCMP allowed a deceased victim's body to remain in a vehicle while said vehicle was towed from the crime scene to be collected and analyzed as evidence rather than ensuring the body was first removed and cared for. This is the appropriate part here, cared for in an appropriate manner before the vehicle was
Analyzed
seized.
for evidence.
The amended lawsuit claims. The claim does not identify the victim by name. However, the two lawyers who represent victims of the shooting spree, and victims' families told Global News the body is that of Joey Weber, 36-year-old man who was killed by the gunman reportedly would stop to assist RCMP Constable Heidi Stevenson
Rare
after she
appearance
was
by
attacked.
Sandra.
Yes. That's
Rarely
why I
comes
had
out.
an issue with the way that was phrased. Rather interesting. In his vehicle. Was this just a typo? Because that's what my understanding was. Said he was in the cop car. Joey Weber's family is deeply troubled by how his body was treated, said the family's lawyer, Sandra McCulloch. Here goes my pronunciation. Balls. Weber was one of 23 people killed in the 13-hour shooting spree on the weekend of April 18 and 19.
Oh, Ms. Grandma.
Pinio,
Grandma.
the second lawyer involved in the class action lawsuit, told Global News that Weber.
Hopefully, I'm not being informal. Grandma. We'll just skip the Ms. I love grandmas. Grandmas are awesome. I miss my grandma.
Family received information from the public.
I sent you a
From the
message
public.
back,
That
Jeannie.
Weber's
Hello
body
to
was
you.
Transport by tow truck from the crime scene near Shubenacadie. Excuse me. From the public. I love those people who are brave and come forward because the RCMP is not going to tell you nothing.
Where are they, though? There's
Video
a lot of
said
crickets.
the RCMP had not informed the family of these details before they were contacted by members of the public. Oh my God. Quote, they received videos and photographs from just regular citizens that show Joey Weber's body was left in the car for 8 or 9 hours and then transported by tow truck. They're almost inconsolable over that. Wow. Just wow. We have Harry Bond. I think this is an excellent thing to piece to listen to. So why don't we listen to Harry? after the ad is done. Sorry, I guess you guys are probably getting that audio on the ad. My apologies. My apologies. Oh, you want to buy a Ford truck? No. Somebody wants to buy a truck. I love Ford. A white Ford truck. Look at that, too. Oh, are they? I'm sorry. Oh, you like the way that I say the word? It was Adrian who screwed me up on that. I've been digging into Cobequid quite a bit. Find a lot more problems. Shubert Canadi. I'll try and repeat it. How's that? McCulloch and Pinio are representing Tyler Blair, Andrew O'Brien, who are named as lead plaintiffs in the proposed class action case. I'm not 100% on this one about the lawsuit because they concede. They stipulate to the fact. It's not an agreed statement of fact. So in law, it's not quite as ironclad, but they say, you know, Lisa was the first victim. Lisa was assaulted. She came out of the woods at 6:30. So you're not going to probe that. There's no reason to probe it. I think that should be amended again. And if it hasn't been, I'm not sure where it's at right now. I don't even know if it's fucking certified. I don't think anybody, frankly, knows. And I've asked, so nobody really knows what the hell's going on that I can come across. So, but I mean, if they need to amend that and toss that out and lay into question and question the evidence as to Lisa's whereabouts, etc. You can't just say, oh well, yeah, no, she's the first victim. It's all load. I have played it, yes. I have played the 4D stream because I don't know when the fuck that was. Somewhere way back, I was like, that really spooked me out. That was before any of the details came out. Before any of the MCC, and I was doing timing on stuff, and I'm like, he must have fucking passed her on the highway on 2. I thought he passed her, and it was slightly over by the pizza shop down just past the underpass. And so, you know, I'm like, what the fuck? He passed him and passed Heidi. So then, of course, the 4D shit comes out and it says, well, he's right beside him. But then you have a Como Gibson statement who pings him on 224. What are you doing on 224? Why is he requesting family members' contact information? Chad Morrison, what? You're in the hospital. You don't need it. Do you? Something not ringing right about that one. Yeah, that's the 4D creation. I did play it in a video. I don't remember. It was during a lunch break or something. I think I went through it one day and went through some of the. Anyway, okay, we got to also understand that the vast majority of families at this point in time are suing the RCMP. Not very many people, families happy with them, to my understanding. Blair's father, Greg, and stepmother, Jamie, were killed in Portapique. Or O'Brien's wife, Heather, was killed in DeBert. Then, like, what was that? I don't even know. I think that's probably in the fucking first video I did on the 20th. I'm like, sue the fuck out of these people. sadly, the lawsuit didn't come about until what? It came about maybe a month, 2 months later. I'm like, you guys got to get on board. Fucking all sue.
Police have received widespread criticism
It's in this. It's in
for their
the
response
intro.
to the shootings, including claims from victims' family members contained in a class action lawsuit that they misled the public about what really happened. I'm, misleading.
Hell of a
anybody
sharpshooter.
is terrible.
He
But
is.
let's talk about the misleading of the families here. Okay, unbelievably atrocious. The proposed class action dispute earlier claims made by the RCMP in June disputes. You know, what's that code word for? Lying. More lying. When investigators said the gunman did not use his RCMP replica to pull over any of his victims. Right? I mean, this was a no-brainer. We were talking about that right when they said it. How do you pull somebody over without the car? What does he get out of the car? He leaves the car back there. He walks forward, pulls people over, and then somehow his car gets over here. No, not sensical, not logical.
Just logic.
Just assume everybody's
Just
stupid.
demolish everything that they say with logic. It's easy. Well,
Relatively horrible. According to the lawsuit,
bullshit.
around 10:08 on Sunday, April 19th, Heather O'Brien was stopped by the gunman as he posed as a police officer and shot and killed her in her car. Global News asked the RCMP detailed questions about the allegations. Are you going to guess what they're going to say?
Nice. Fitbit. Ouch. Ouch. Fitbit. Fitbit. Fitbit.
In the amended lawsuit about Weber's body and claims raised by Pinion. The included questions about whether the allegations were true, how long Weber's body remained in the vehicle, and why the family was not notified of any of these details, was not notified of these details by police. You know, the people who you pay, who they pay to take care of their families. The RCMP, there we go. The RCMP did not respond to any of these questions. Unbelievable. RCMP cowards. That's great. That's great. Dave, you're absolutely spot on.
Busy covering up. 100.
Spot on.
IMT. April 22.
Can I see somebody in here? Interesting. Very nice of you to join us. The force also declined multiple requests for an interview. I want my underwear back. I know I keep saying that.
I don't use it very much anymore.
All these people should be taking all of their money, all these white shirt bastards at the top, all of their money, all of everything they have, and be giving it to the families.
Clean them out.
With a gigantic apology. And perhaps, maybe, go in debt.
Yeah.
Then they can learn their lesson.
That's right.
We're not going to take this anymore from them.
Fucking clean.
Force also
fucking
declined
clean them out. I wish we had that in Canada. If you're at fault and you can't hide behind the cover of being a public servant, fuck you, man. If you are at fault, then your pension, everything you have, is open to liability claims. Clean them out. Make their grandkids bankrupt. That's the way I do it.
Awesome. Quote, there was no communication, Pinion said. So the Weber family were rightly left with the impression that nobody cared.
Oh, it's total shit, the recreation.
Paraded his body around Central.
I don't want to, because it's two different things that are going on now simultaneously. I want to stay on the video, but is total shit, that fucking recreation. The damage on his vehicle makes no sense. Look at the passenger side, right? Okay, so he speeds off. He just, what is it? Floors it. And then he goes into the guardrail. Well, the problem is that the guardrail isn't very high off the ground. There's no damage hardly to the passenger side. So how does he careen off of that? It's on the very tail end. There's like a little tiny scratch. And then they said it's black paint that's there. Well, police cars aren't black. And then it careens into the left-hand side, but the damage is up above the fender. I'm not sure. Is it doing like a fucking wheelie? Total junk.
Nova Scotia, and that's just ridiculous.
No pension. Clean it out.
None of the defendants named in the lawsuit, including the RCMP and the federal provincial governments, have submitted responses.
That's how people then become responsible, because they're going to
Official
lose everything.
Responses to claims in the proposed class action lawsuits are not required until the class action is certified by a judge.
I still don't even know.
Oh, I see this one.
I think it
They're gonna
is,
fight it.
but
We were
I'm not
talking
sure.
about it, was it yesterday, the day before? They're going to fight to get this not certified.
Yep.
Say it's not a valid claim. No, we don't have to pay. We didn't do anything wrong here. We just lie. We don't tell you anything. It's all good.
And then settle.
Get judges.
If they
who are
lose that
upfront
one,
enough.
settle with an NDA.
Somebody want to answer me one day as to Justice Beijing. I got that right. How he disappeared from the scene. Very curious.
Mm-hmm.
The process is not automatic and can be contested by the government.
That's a big point, Beijing.
The RCMP has previously said that in its initial remarks about the gunman pulling over was not correct, and that witness statements and changes to how police interpreted. Oh, this was the inventing and fabricating of stories.
At the barn?
Cover their own ass.
The meeting, maybe?
Hello, Kendall. Hello. These
Formal
statements have
debriefing.
since left them with convinced that there was no one pulled over by the gunman while he was driving in his replica police car. Do you know that this is always interesting, because they go back and then they say, well, you know what, we've reinterpreted things. We've heard things. And so now we're going to say, well, you know, he was driving through a field at 10:35. Don't you know?
That's 10:35 then.
Don't you know we reinterpreted things?
So how many different scenarios have you got? You've got 10:35, which then goes to 10:48, which then goes to, well, maybe he killed himself in his house. We heard a gunshot late in the morning. I can't remember exactly what time that is. 4 something or other. A singular gunshot. What is it? He's in there. They just wanted the Blueberry Field Road all the time. Colford's like, I don't remember saying it in an affidavit. I don't remember being told. The only way I even know about the Blueberry Field Road is I saw it in a fucking press conference in a sworn affidavit under the threat of perjury. Something's getting spooned. No, you have Grund equally in a sworn affidavit. I don't remember hearing anything about a Blueberry Field. Maybe I was really busy. I don't know. I missed that one. Come on. You may be a bit slick with your language in your affidavits, but the message is there. It's clear. I didn't hear it. Colford saying multiple times, I didn't say it. Come on. Under the threat of perjury, affidavit is the most trustworthy piece of evidence out there, period, bar none. Why? Because they might go to jail if they're lying. pretty serious. Pretty serious stuff. Or are you going to believe statements that are hypothesis and might change and we could alter that, and statements go up and come down, and maybe we'll give them to you, maybe we won't? There's still fucking thousands and like tens and tens of thousands of documents missing. Tens of thousands of documents. I don't even know how many monkeys have to be sitting at a typewriter to type this shit out. Hundreds of thousands of pages. Hundreds of thousands. No understatement. What? This is crazy. We're a dead man.
And he didn't pull anybody over. Wait, whole thing, I'm telling you, the whole thing is rife with lies. I'm going to say 90%. Other new allegations. The amended statement of claim filed in the Supreme Court of Nova Scotia on Tuesday, praying for the judge, formally added the province's attorney.
Sorry, anyone else have to hide from the fam to watch LGC videos? Lives? I'm failing to follow. Sorry, Becca. Can you clarify for an Alberta boy?
General as defendant in the case. Ooh. Wow. Bringing out the guns. Sue them all. Sue the pension. Sue
There you go.
the pension.
Yep.
Sue the insurance company for the pension. Sue them all. The delay in adding the province to the claim, originally filed June 16th, is because the rules that require the province to be given 60 days notice before any legal action is taken against them.
Yep.
So they can have a little
Or
jump
any
start
other
on
entities
their
or
defense.
haven't. Yep.
Tammy, according to the amended claim, the RCMP, quote, failed to employ the emergency response team, ART, when it ought to have done so during the shooting spree. When such a team was deployed, it was done so in a manner that was unlikely to have located and contained the gunman. The claim reads, the claim also alleges that the RCMP failed to use all resources available to it to track and stop the gunman. This includes a helicopter capable of conducting both nighttime and daytime searches of the land and forested areas in and around Portapique and neighboring communities where the gunman may have been hiding.
What about that drone? Picks up deer. So in order not to pick up a heat signature, that would have to be pretty close to freezing your core temperature, which would mean that you're way beyond dead. Not hiding in a hole in a tree. Bullshit.
Claim reads. Now, I have read claims, heard people's statements saying that there was a helicopter in the morning down in Portapique.
Washer shopping is exciting.
From Nova Scotia. Were the claims wrong? Not exactly sure, but just something to make note of because there was the interview from the person, CDC, very early on. The same interview with Tom Taggart. Councillor Tom Taggart was in, and the man said, "Oh, we awoke 2 helicopters flying over us." I believe
Yes.
also Clinton may have referred to that. I'm not exactly sure, but
Clinton's
something
longer
maybe
version.
worth checking out. The claim also alleges the RCMP failed to use. My apologies. Another class action lawsuit. Good, just so we can pay more money. Pay the RCMP, pay for their failure to do anything right. Not just failure, just to cover up their own shit.
Pay for all the
That's
cover
what
up.
happened. Soon as the
I'd love to see an audit on IMT H2. The whole cover up op. and the disclosure people at the same time to all of the investigations. Santa Suso, Jenga. I'm having fun with your fucking interview.
The first phone call came. 911, they got it figured out. Oh. That went straight to Ottawa. War room, immediate action. Chess moves. Another new allegation contained in the claim is that the witness informed the RCMP shortly after they arrived in Portapique on the evening, April 18th, that the gunman was driving what appeared to be a police car like those the RCMP members arrived on scene. These are not surprises to anybody here who's been following any of this at all. But I'm glad they're getting out in the mainstream media. The witness described in the claim was an unnamed victim who was shot by the gunman. I think most of us know who that is. And also he believed that the shooter was gay, who owned property in the area. So they knew, once again, this is not news. Those are contained in the, basically in the search warrants, wherever I got those filed off somewhere. Those papers everywhere. Anyway, not news, right?
I must have had some right printed off. Yeah, I did. I had some bound and printed. And then it was just like, there's so many fucking goddamn warrants. There are tons of them. I don't even remember how many I'm up to now.
Whoop. The guy
and all the revisions,
who I will not name, said that it was Gabriel Wortman. He was in a police car, and here's who you're looking for. And he shot. Global News asked the RCMP if any of these new allegations were true. Oh, we got a response from Derp. RCMP Corporal
Andrew.
Jennifer Derp Clark.
Never come to the table.
The gunman was driving a fully marked police car and was wearing a replica police uniform at 6:30 on Sunday, April 19th, after a witness. Oh, we know who this is. They revealed to be ex-partner. Of course, they don't want to name it in the media. Why? Why do we not want to talk about this person in the media? Very strange.
Stuttering and farting at the press conference. What is the relationship between the gunmen? Do you remember that on the 28th? All kinds of back and forth and powwowing. And what did they end up saying? A neighbor.
If we told you that, that would defeat the purpose of the program. Call 911 with this information. Now, let's see here. I believe I may have a quote from the RCMP on that one during one of their press conferences. Possible. May take me a few minutes to find them. Give me a moment. Let's see here.
My flags have changed. Thank you for the flag, Sharon. Statement at 6:57 with Lisa Banfield. Never said he was wearing an RCMP outfit. No, what was it? Plaid? Was it plaid? Kids said long black coat. Don't know. Strange. Also said last seen with a rifle. How does that work exactly? I thought you were running away and hiding in a tree and he was upstairs. Which gets back to one of the biggest questions of all. How was it that they knew that he was still alive if you send people home? And nothing has happened on Hunter Road. And nothing has happened anywhere else. All of a sudden, you know he's alive. I would still maintain, as I have for a long time on this one, Blueberry Field Road, garbage, dash cam video, end of the road. They knew they saw it and they're like, oops. And I don't think it's just one. I think we're talking about a lot more.
Where was that? On the 28th, witness indicated to us.
Yeah.
It's also in the warrants. So, and
How does a black
public
burnt orange vest go
lied.
to a black long coat? I don't understand. The dresses changes all over the place unless you're talking about, hey, Blue Nose, unless you're talking about multiple gunmen, multiple shooters. Is that in the somewhat, I would say, altered transcripts? Yeah.
in the warrant, or sorry, he didn't lie in the warrants. Where was that? Not pulling over. Here we go. Here's the not pulling over police vehicles. We can listen to that one.
I just want to clarify your comment today, Superintendent Campbell, that you don't believe the gunman was using the RCMP replica cruiser to pull over any of the victims. I'm looking at a transcript here from your news conference on April 24th. This is a quote.
Hello? What happened here?
Where you said a witness described that the suspect had pulled over one of the vehicles and then shot one of the drivers. So can you clarify why you said that at that time and what the reality actually is?
So the reality is that investigations, people give us information and that information is interpreted. And that was the interpretation of the information.
Absolutely. Darren's
Since that time,
affidavit.
it's been confirmed through the investigation.
Look at all the stuff that happened around Darren's affidavit in the news elsewhere with RCMP. I think I went through it at the time a little bit. There was a fuck lot. Engineering.
Team that the eyewitnesses at the scene do not describe that the gunman was pulling over any vehicles. We do know what the details,
Eyewitness.
what those details are that surround those interactions between the gunman and the victims in that area. Again, for the sake of not traumatizing the families, to be able to.
Oh my God! There
Not
we go.
traumatizing.
The lying shield.
The lying shield. The trauma shield.
Did you see what he did?
Fuck.
The victims' families. We don't want to traumatize them. What the fuck have you been doing the entire time? This man has no conscience. Sold his soul. No matter where.
I guarantee you, if you ever get access to the full IMT H Strong 2 documents, guarantee you, there will be a guidebook on all the techniques to use to hide, using the hidey, using the trauma, using this, using that, manipulating. It will be a fucking disaster show. Hopefully we'll get some more. There's definitely pieces petering out. But they used this shit and they drafted it. It was like, okay, this is how you deal with it. This is how you deal with it. Stratcoms, fuck, IMT, H Strong 2, Robin, Gray, Santa Suso, Diamopoulos, Bergerman, Butcher. What a mess.
Where he goes in this country, no matter where he goes in this country, his face is known.
Mm-hmm.
He's a liar. He'll never live it down. Because nobody who has a soul left inside of them will look at that man and say, you're an honest person.
Yep.
You have morals. Don't use the Hitler defense. Don't. No, he's happy lying to everybody. Happy.
Sorry, that would not be appropriate. But I'm very confident and I'm convinced, based on that witness information, the gunman was not holding the vehicles.
What did he use? I always used to use that expression when he first said that. 24th and the 28th are very interesting videos. Very interesting. Details getting changed between them.
100.
And I used to, I believe it was the 28th. This was this one. And I said, what did he use? A broom, sir? What did he use? A broom. Use that broom, pull people over. And he flies back to his car, drops the broom off, gets in his car, drives off. Oh, shit. Bullshit. Okay, now I do have another clip. Possibly where he may say something once again.
You just woke up. What the hell? Jesus.
Officer,
Okay. I love having records.
arrived on scene at 10:26 in the evening, where they located a male who was leaving the area with an apparent gunshot wound. They learned that this male was shot while driving his vehicle, and the victim indicated that a vehicle had driven by him while he was driving, and that he was shot as the vehicle was passing by. He did describe this vehicle.
Why in the ambulance driver logs does it say that he was on foot? That was what was disclosed to them. Now it's a car. Then it's 3 cars. Okay. Whatever. People better start telling the truth. They're all going to come out looking bad. Every one of them. Till somebody just cracks and says, you know what, I'm just going to spill it and tell the truth. Because I'm going to be living this one down for the rest of my life. My kids are. This is going to be bad.
Vehicle is a vehicle that looked like a police vehicle.
What did it say in that article? They didn't know until 6:30 in the morning? Oh, you lied again. Liar.
And if they're not lying,
Evil.
if they're not
Liar.
lying, then they better come up with the truth. As in, they're like, well, you know what, we'll just say this. Which I guess is really a lie, right? Obviously, it's a lie. But if you're trying to run cover and take the heat for something else, just get on with it.
You're never going to be able to show your face in this country again.
Anybody who's tied to this one, anybody, witness,
I'm
civilian,
not saying anybody do anything.
neighbor,
Anything.
any one of them.
Obviously, nothing. Just be able to look at him and know he's a liar. Let him know he's a liar. Oh, sorry, you're a disgusting individual. I don't want my children looking at you. You are a very poor example of a human being and don't even deserve the title of man. Revealed the ex-partner. No, yes, it was because of that, right? Oh, so Corporal Derp lied just recently. That's a lie. That's a lie compared to the warrants. That's a lie compared to Darren Campbell's own statement. I haven't even got through half the article yet. Let's continue. Excuse me.
The
It's all
RCMP,
lying.
as previously said, the ERT team was deployed to assist the manhunt. Who was a member of this team that killed the gunman, 51-year-old denturist Gabriel Wardman, at the gas station near Enfield on the morning of Nova Scotia in the morning, April 19th. One tactical unit. Not all those press, not all those cars. The RCMP have all.
Yeah. All those Halifax Blues running around that were just camped out there conveniently waiting like the press was. Hey, get another shot. Let's get some video of that. I think somewhere I still have the video from Canadian Press. Oh my God. You can tell it's a total fucking farce. Let's switch it up. Let's get some other ones in there. You know, for the photographers. Yeah. Hanging out by your black car. Who was that again? I forget. My memory sometimes.
So disclosed that a helicopter provided by the Nova Scotia Department of Lands and Forestry was used in the search of the gunman. However, the force did not respond to questions about Global News about what time the helicopter was first deployed. Do you know how they get to use that? Oh, Angela. Mayor Nova Scotia. Oh, yes, that's right. We have the labs here. The RCMP, we control the lab.
September 2nd,
No,
2020.
actually, it's my fucking lab. You don't control nothing.
Blackmail. Police
In the court
departments.
documents released in May, the RCMP described an interaction between police who first responded to 911 calls at Portapique April 18th and an unnamed witness who said he was shot by the gunman. Well, that was the statement we just listened to. According to the documents were created by the RCMP, in order to obtain the search warrants to the gunman's property, the witness told the RCMP the shooter was driving a police car. But no further details or descriptions of the car were included in the documents.
Depends on the day.
Some portions of this section, were also redacted.
Oh.
Give me one moment, please, here.
I think this may have been I don't know.
Somebody that's
the first time I brought this in.
On the inside can let me know.
September 2nd, 2020.
This actually kind of. Oh, it's going to load. Oops. Try again. No. Try feed. What does that mean? I don't even know. One moment, please. Mike Butcher. Mike Butcher, Senior Disclosure Analyst, and so much more with RCMP Crime Division E Division.
Okay, so when did that come out again?
Division.
This isn't, I don't believe this is obviously the first time because it's April 28th. Then it does May 12th, I believe, was in the news. My snarkiness, my sarcasm, my are big clues usually. I don't know how. Well, what's this? July 22nd, 2021. When was Paul's article? May 12th. It was the same date as Saltwire, which is what, 2 weeks later, 2021, April 28th. But, you see, for over, what are you talking? Months, I'm saying it. Months. September to October, October to November, November to December, December to January, January to February, February to March, March to April. 7 months beforehand. I'm telling people, look.
Who is Mike Butcher? Senior Disclosure Analyst. Does that have something to do with redactions, possibly?
7 months before I even came and
Maybe.
hit the final one, the final nail in that coffin.
1975, working a variety of functions. Oh, he's been around. He's been around. He's been around. Now, let's try Mike Butcher, Nova Scotia. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is shocking. Did you just see this? Would it be that Lee Bergerman, the head of the RCMP in Nova Scotia, is married to a senior disclosure analyst, Mike Butcher? And he resides in E Division? No. He resides in H Division.
Where? Where did I say? In E Division. Handling disclosure. Not to be a I told you so. That's not it at all. It's just I want people to listen closely. Because it's there. It's there. And yes, I have a fucking quirky way of saying it, but I have my ways, and they're there for a reason. I'll explain to you why, because I do play the chess. I play the chess big time. The reason I do these things is because I want them. I want Mike Butcher and I want Lee Bergerman to clean up their fucking act. Then I give them warning. You're going to get it. You'll get it. I know it. Get away from this one fast and do the right thing. I'll hint at things. I'll say things a little bit softer because that's what I expect people to do. And they will eventually. They will. Because everybody is going to get torn apart in this one for the rest of their lives. And they better get the fuck away from it fast.
Oh, this is shocking. Did you just see this?
I know what a disclosure analyst does.
Would it be that Lee Bergerman?
I know they handle warrants.
Of the RCMP in Nova Scotia.
I am married. Bunk.
To a senior disclosure analyst?
You fucking guys.
And he resides in E division? No. He resides in H division. How is that?
There you
Does
go.
he have any
See?
relation?
It's getting there, you know? The Sharpie. It is all on them. But we collectively are going to make this one so fucking uncomfortable. It's going to be more than uncomfortable. And this part is only the beginning. Mark my words. It's only the beginning. You don't just run away. You don't just hide. Those days are done. Long done. You fucked with the wrong people.
Into this case? I don't know. Just saying. Just saying.
I'm so fucking sarcastic. I'm sorry, I have to watch that again. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I don't know.
Oh no, he resides in H division. How is that?
Usually if I take a sip of coffee, that's something too.
Does he have any relation to this case? I don't know. Just saying. Just saying.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I do. Even tried to get him paid twice. Twice, Lee. Twice. Come on. Gross. Gross. Nova Scotia refused to pay. Funnily enough. No, we don't want to pay. They knew inside what was going down. Of course, they couldn't come out and just say it. Well, no, but pay him, please, pay him. No. Please pay him. Again, she says. No. But that's not what you're supposed to do, is just say no. You're supposed to say, what the fuck are you doing when you find out about it? And then blow the whistle for everybody to hear. So we don't got to deal with the shit. So the families of the 23 aren't being sharpied. You're not being sharpied. Surrey 6 is a mess. Not going to go there today.
As Slippin used to say, or still does. The police car came up from behind them and pulled alongside them, the court document said. Redacted. Where's my Sharpie? I want all my Sharpies back, too. Perhaps we can give them to children around the world, and they can draw nice diagrams for us instead of scribbling out things that are legally my property.
Don't give them to
Legally
academia.
the family's property. Legally
They make
your property.
stupid flower graphs.
Sharpies. Yeah, there you go. Redacted. Noted the driver of the police car had a firearm, redacted, and shot them.
This one I'm struggling with too, because Ooh, Cobequid. Ooh. One moment. How much are they hiding of prior knowledge of what was going on? Let's see. Bolo. You can also do, I think it's 106. Bolo. SOC is thought to be very familiar with firearms. And you'd know that. How? Again? Very familiar with firearms. Okay. Maybe nothing to see here. Almost 1 o'clock. Jen McCallum. Or McCallum. I don't know. You guys pronounce it different down there. I have Irish friends that name this is McCallum. Paddy McCallum and family. Anyway, okay, so Dutroux. We believe he is very familiar with guns. I'm sure she's no relation, of course, just as there is another McCallum or McCallum. Forget her first name. To Addie. I'm sure there's no relation there at all. Maybe not. Maybe it's just, I don't know, but interesting to note. And Jen has a lot going on in all of this over there in the 911 center. This part is disturbing. This is a sworn affidavit. Again, the most trustworthy piece of evidence that you're going to get, because if they're lying and it comes out that they're lying, they're going to go to jail, or there's a good threat of that. You don't want to lie in an affidavit. You certainly don't want to lie in an affidavit. You can blow smoke up people's ass a lot, and they like to do that, which is sick and disgusting. But a sworn affidavit, 4 corners page. Oh, once you put it down there, there ain't no going back. And you do it under legal advice. Peterson. I was very concerned that they would, this is over at the Fishers. I was very concerned about hurrying. There's pieces that are missing out of this affidavit, which clearly should have been inquired upon. However, they weren't. That might not be because McPhee had, I don't know, was witnessing the affidavit, was sworn before. No, that might not interfere with it. I believe it's McPhee. Doesn't want to play ball? Yes. Oh, winning. No. You're not going to be able to get it out of there. Okay. I was concerned that they would be hurrying, and I was afraid that they would be ambushed because I had just learned that the perpetrator had a sniper rifle and a .50 caliber rifle. Now, any weapons that have been recovered do not include a sniper rifle or a .50 caliber rifle, both of which are usually reserved for pretty serious shit. The only people usually trained in sniping are military, and not even all military, obviously, certain military, and ERT members. Or somebody who's like really super spookville. The average Joe policeman, military person aren't trained in sniping. You know, like the big shaggy suits that they build out of moss and bullshit, with the guy who's sitting there with a piece of paper and he's telling you the wind direction and all that shit. That's pretty hardcore. Like, really hardcore. Okay, so Peterson seems to know about it. Okay. I don't think we got anything more here. Oh, okay, right? So then, is that this one? But he learned about it earlier in the morning. I don't have that piece cut out here, sorry. Peterson learned about it earlier in the morning from Rodney McDonald and Lafferty. One of the two, Three Amigos, Rodney McDonald, you know, up there in Nunavut. Susie Bootman, having the informal debriefings. You know, the one who's escorting Lisa with Forrest. Forrest just happens to not remember that part, to the fire hall. Yeah, the Three Amigos who go out after working a full day. Dorrington, Lafferty, Rod McDonald, who's getting the phone call from the police officer, and Amherst Sergeant Joby right away. There's something going down Port Vic. Well, you know what? I just got home from work. I was just going to get in bed. I feel like we should go out. Nobody's ordered me out. Nobody's asked for my help. You know what? I'm just going to circumvent the chain of command. I'm going to break code of conduct. And I'll bring in some other two so they can also break chain of command. So now I'm up to 3 code of conducts. Myself and those two are at 2, at least 1 apiece. And no code of conducts, of course. Yes, well, I'm getting that one. After I put my gas in my vehicle, again, the sworn affidavit, I called Constable McDonald. He didn't know what the fuck was going on, by the way. Really, Peterson had not very much of an idea. These are his subordinates. They're under his chain of command, funnily enough. Peterson. Corporal Rodney Peterson. Rodney McDonald, Trent Lafferty, Dorrington, and the other fellow who's out sick. The only one who notified him, funnily enough, he woke up to text messages and he's like, huh? Something's happening? What? Okay, well, he didn't get called in or anything. He was just coming into work. Arrives at work. Who is it? O'Brien? Was it O'Brien that ran into him at Bible Hill? And he was like, why are you guys out at work? Why are you guys out at work? And he's like, wait, this is my read. and he's sworn to it. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. My guys are out. He's like, you get on that. You figure that out. Okay. Still having problems with his computer getting in. He does get in. All kind of funny games going on with computers that day. Three amigos. And obtained information about what happened. I believe that it was at this time that I learned there were multiple victims and multiple references. Now, he does not say Rodney McDonald and Lafferty or Lafferty tell him this. However, it certainly reads that way and should be inquired upon. Of course, it isn't. I also learned that the suspect was in possession of an assortment of firearms, which included a sniper rifle and a .50 caliber rifle. How the fuck do you know that? What time is this roughly at? 8 something in the morning? How do you know that? Okay. So, like O'Dear said there, this is the other piece. At 11:01 in the morning, East Hans logs. Staff Sergeant Holiday. Staff Sergeant Holiday. Halliday. Not a peon, not a general duty. Not that I'm saying general duty guys are peons, just saying. He's in the know. So now the suspect is in a silver tracker and is a sharpshooter, highly trained. Copy? And I said, pardon? Just like Bernard says, Sergeant Bernard says, go again? Go again? Halliday. Suspect is driving a silver tracker and is a sharpshooter. What the cook are you talking about, man? He's not shooting dunes. Lisa, who doesn't see him, he's disappeared upstairs, but somehow he's with a rifle. Last seen with a rifle in his hand, I think, is something to that effect. What? When did you see that? When possibly could you have seen that? I thought you were running away. And he was out of line of sight. Colchester Radio, line 3309, lone female leaving Honda Civic. Anyone know if it was Miss Daggert or a female related to Mr. Taggart's? Oh, that's the question? I don't understand. Does it say you Taggart? I don't understand. Taggart, I don't know how common a name that is. Does it mention the name Taggart? Ms. Taggart. Time 3:24. I don't know anything about that. Can you elaborate? Aw, what's wrong? What's wrong? Come here. Come here. She's very excited. She has a treat. That's your question? Oh, okay. No, I don't. Where's your treat? Come here. The RO is Mr. Taggart to the Honda Civic. A lone female left in a vehicle at 3:24. RTU P03. Yes. Where is Mr. Buggy? Where is Mr. Buggy? I'd like to know where Mr. Buggy is. Just throwing this one out there. Where are you? Mr. Buggy, where are you? Okay, line 3309, you said? 3309, 3309. A Nova Scotia marker, Honda Civic. Aha. Interesting. It's a Honda Civic copy, Dorrington. So this is 5:24 in the morning. 5:24. 5:24. Or am I wrong? This is on Ontario time. These logs, which are, I would say, very, have gone through a rinsing. Some there, good. Some there, maybe not so good. Some maybe missing. Depends on what they want you to know. I'm just double checking. I think we got to add an hour, right? Notice how they haven't really changed that one. They fix other ones for us, but yeah, okay. The afternoon one, not a problem. You can't fix these though. They're straight from Ottawa. What was it? What was it that Kyla said? I think there's a better quote from her on some of this, but Kyla, you know, well, the investigation was kind of being, what was some of the lines used by Diamopoulos? He's got some good ones. Oh, yeah. Received the radio workshop results from Scott Johnson. With the results completed, my work notified Felix Cashillon by Director Felix Cashillon by email. Spoke with Kyla Lonsbury by phone. They banned the video I did on the Hoyt investigation for some reason. Fuck. She is RCMP member from British Columbia, member of Hoyt. Somewhere I have her business card. And Kevin's. They were in and around that time down there in Onslow too. Member of Hoyt, who is assisting Constable Gowan. I had earlier advised her via email my report was complete and submitted to the Director of CERT. She questioned about the disclosure she had she explained, they had obtained a number of items from their investigation, including the transcribed radio transmissions, photos of Gannon, etc. She explained that they had done their own transcribing of the radio transmission. I explained to her that I received these from H. Strong investigation, transcriptions completed by the RCMP in Ottawa. Kyla has one, and was this Hovey at that time? I'm not sure. Maybe. Has another. Kyla advised that they were conducting their own independent investigation, were not part of H. Strong, but overseen by H. Strong too. Therefore, IMT, did not have the transcripts from Ottawa. I was quite surprised at first by the fact that they were conducting their own investigation. And second, they would not have obtained the information, the obtained info from H. Strong. Kyla explained to me and other officers, Melanson and Brown, in fact, did not attempt to get on the air. If in fact it would have been recorded on the Nice dispatch system. I believe I've seen even more reference to use the transcript from Ottawa, not your own. It's almost like that Mexican music. How does that go again? How was it? I kind of like that. Let's see if I can get that. Just play it in the background there. Where was it? Anybody remember hearing that? I've gone through the HQ informed lens. I have a lot of work left to do on some stuff for next week, but I would love. I certainly haven't read very much. To go through Costa. Costa's gone now, Costa. What date is that again? April 23rd. April 22nd, arrived in H Division. Media monitoring. April 23rd, discussion with crops. McNeil report recommendations. Training ESDC. Witness interviews. Why would you need to be discussing the McNeil report? April 23rd. Isn't there some families that are waiting for some stuff there? I think maybe. Ooh, IMT. H Strong 2. You stink worse than a newborn baby's diaper. Like real bad. What impact did COVID have on operational readiness and response? Sounding almost like could traumatize you. COVID-19. Could we use that one? Maybe we should read through a little of Costa's interview. I've only read a little bit, but I like what I read. I would love to read this whole thing. I haven't read it all. Might as well read, I was thinking if I had all kinds of time, I'd love to read the whole thing aloud because, well, it's better than doing it twice. One moment, please. You heard that before, have you? It's kind of an interesting choice. Okay. Anyway. All very interesting. Okay. Tuesday, August 30th. Now, once again, kind of cutting it close here, aren't we? Santa Suso, where's your stuff? Where's the rest of the IMT stuff? Oh, it'll come. So good morning, everyone. It's August 30th, 2022, and by my time, it's 11:39 Atlantic, and this is a virtual Teams interview with Costa Diamopoulos. So I'll start by asking everyone to introduce themselves for the purposes of the transcription software. AI is fucking spooky, man. Really spooky. That we're using. Throw it in the trash, all of your tech. And I'll ask you to say your titles, where you work, and whether you consent to this interview and its recording, the audio, and possibly video. We definitely know audio, MP3, which will become part of the Mass Casualty Commission's public record. So I'll start. Wonder how many times they say for the public record that it's never been disclosed yet, or won't be ever. So I'll start. So my name is Barbara McLean. My last name, McLean, McLean, and I'm the Commission Investigators Director, and I consent to this interview being recorded. So I'll turn it over to our other Commission staff who are on this interview with us. I'll start with Emma Ronsley and then Mark Underhill. I'll go to you. So go ahead, Emma. I'm Emma Rosley, Ronsley, Commission Research and Policy Team, and I consent to this interview being recorded. Mark Underhill, UNDERHILL, also with the Research and Policy Team, and I consent to this interview being recorded. Barbara McLean. Great, thank you. Mr. Diamopoulos, I'll ask you to introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself and that you consent to this interview being recorded. Superintendent Costa Diamopoulos. Hi there. My name's Costa Diamopoulos, spelled Diamopoulos, and I'm a retired member of the RCMP with just over 34 years, and I consent to this interview. You never know. Could just be that he had enough service to, well, he was done. It's quite possible, but don't know. Lots of people decide to flee the nest on this one. Barbara McLean, great. Thank you. And then finally, to the members of the Department of Justice Canada. Laurie Ward, I'll start with you. And then Patricia McPhee. I'm Laurie. Indiscernible audio cuts out briefly. Counsel to the Attorney General of Canada. And I consent to this interview being recorded. I don't know. Maybe she wasn't proud of her last name. I don't know. Patricia McPhee. Hi. And it's Trish McPhee, Counsel for the Attorney General of Canada, and I also consent to this interview being recorded. Great, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, Mark, go ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. So, Superintendent, I understand that you are now retired. Do I still call you Superintendent, or is it Mr. Diamopoulos for this interview? Mr. Diamopoulos. I do believe that he actually still can call himself superintendent. I think maybe he just doesn't like the title anymore. Maybe he's more comfortable with just being called Mr. Diamopoulos. Maybe he's embarrassed. I don't know. Just throwing it out there. Thank you. So let's go back to the time, if we can, of the mass casualty, April 2020. At that time, I understand that you were the officer in charge of J Division Specialized Policing Services. Right? J Div. Right? Is that correct? Correct. And that's the equivalent of what we call the Support Services Officer in HDiv? Correct. The SSO in HDiv is who? Darren. If I'm correct. I'm pretty correct. I think I'm pretty right with that. SSO is Darren. When you came to work for HDiv in April 2020, did someone fill in for you in JDiv? There was an actor. Yes. Don't quite understand actor, but fair enough. A fill-in. Okay. Are we to understand from your notes that you were brought in from HDiv around April 22nd, 2020? 3 days afterward. Is that right? Correct. We understand it was Chief Superintendent Leather who reached out to you. Is that right? No. He reached out to the senior management team of the RCMP in New Brunswick asking for my release. You understood that you were being asked to be part of what was called then an issues management team. Is that right? Correct. And you were also going to be working with Superintendent Derek Santasuso. Yes. Am I right that you were selected, in part at least, because of your experience in managing the ESDC and the Hoyt investigations after the Moncton murders? ESDC, which is the labor, it's a separate department. What is it? Economic Services Development Canada, I believe. Labor investigation for labor infractions. And Hoyt, which is an internal RCMP investigation. The only other time I've seen it used actually is Moncton. What was it that was described as by Kyla? I think ad hoc. Hoyt investigation in managing the ESDC and Hoyt investigations after the Moncton murders. Managing. That's partially correct. I was also the oversight officer for that investigation, for the homicide investigation. I was actually brought in from Ottawa to lead that investigation. Oh, so you're handling the homicide part, the labor investigation, and the Hoyt investigation. A lot of hats you're wearing there. Kind of controlling the water. By our calculations, it looks like you spent a little less than 5 months in HDIV on the issues management team. Yes. Pardon me. I'm starting to develop a headache already. Sad. And we have your tenure with the IMT, I'll use the short form, being around September 12th, 2020. Yes, it would be the last day of my notes, whatever the last day of my notes specifies. You'd think you'd review that before you were interviewed. Or maybe he doesn't know. I don't know. He should know. Is it correct that while you were with HDIV, that your salary was being paid by JDIV as part of the New Brunswick Provincial Police policing budget? I do not know. So who paid him? Ottawa? Maybe. When you were first contacted to join the issues management team, what discussions did you have about what your role would be at the outset? At the outset, prior to my arrival or after my arrival? Oh. Prior to your arrival, when you were first contacted, what did you understand your role was going to be on this issues management team in a room with DOJ? ×2. Prior to your arrival, when you were first contacted, what did you understand your role was going to be on the issues management team? I didn't have much discussion with anybody. From my recollection, of what my role was going to be beyond providing a support service in some capacity to the criminal operations officer, Chris Leather. It was only after I got there that I understood sort of the scope of what was required of me. Didn't understand anything before, kind of only understood the full scope after, kind of. Okay. And we'll come to that in a minute. We've heard through the course of a few interviews various descriptions of the function of the purpose of the issues management team. Oh, yeah. Everybody got kind of a hazy, different answer of what's going down there. Issues management team 8 strong too, in full effect. In your own words, how would you describe the function of IMT? Well, it was essentially created to deal with long-term administrative aspects. Keep in mind the date. I should probably put that streaming across the bottom there. April 22nd, he arrived in Nova Scotia. 3 days in. His prior handlings of the homicide investigation, the Hoyt investigation, and outside investigation, ESDC. The long-term administrative aspects of the investigation, the goo words, got to be able to read through them. There was a requirement to set up a searchable system to capture information and preserve records in preparation for any future inquiry or internal reviews, ESDC investigation, any kind of civil litigation. How far could somebody please, just so I can post it, can somebody tell me what date this is again that he came? Just so you can help me, because I forgot and I want to put it up on the screen. Come on, help me out. Help me out. What date? What date did he arrive? There we go. No, 1 day earlier. 1 day earlier. The year, too. The year is important. I'm being a bit of a jackass, but it's to make sure that we all understand exactly what's going on. April 22nd, what year? Give me the full one. April 22nd. There we go. Okay. I know Blue Notice knows it. There we go. Thank you, Peter. Okay. Awesome. Okay. 3 days in, right? Three days. Oh, my gun stuff's going to happen soon. You know, the meeting tapes being lost. What is it? Oh, the device is gone, and then it's deleted. Oh, there's nothing, no logical path to that one. So Diamopoulos is coming in on April 22nd, 2020, in the bare infancy of what is going on in terms of this investigation. And what is his role? Well, he's supposed to capture information, preserve records in preparation for any future inquiry or internal reviews, ESDC investigation, or any kind of civil litigation. I don't think that has anything to do with helping the families, investigating anything. That sounds like a cover your ass department, which is gigantic, which was brought in. You'd think you'd have to be investigating crime scenes, don't you? That's what I think. I think that's what families were waiting for. Hell, some of them were still waiting for information even to find out if their loved ones were dead. What the fuck are you doing? You're anticipating and pre-strategizing all kinds of investigations, and you're capturing and preserving records. Yes. If everything was done, what was it? By the book? Perfect is another word I've heard. You guys have heard all kinds of them. Why the fuck would you have to worry about this and worry about it then? But this is the machine that just does that, right? Every time something happens, probably Saskatchewan, that fired up right away. And instead of doing anything really like they should be doing, they're really actually concerned about spending all of our money to keep, well, things hidden and controlling that information. Okay. But he calls it, sorry, I should clarify. The initial response was textbook. According to the NPF Union. Who's that? Brian Sauvé, is it? I think, they fired up the Heidi department then, and they had all kinds of gimmicks going. No disrespect to Heidi's family. Absolutely zero. But I don't think it was quite what the genuineness, the heartfeltness was behind it. Sadly. I really don't. I think they know that too. ESDC investigation or any kind of civil litigation, there was also a requirement to provide timely updates into national headquarters and into the commissioner. Brenda doesn't really know what the fuck's going on, Brenda. Regarding administrative matters. The GU language, you have to, because when they spin it off really speedy, I think it loses some people, and they love that. But when you kind of just hear it in slow-mo, like Seamus speed, it certainly has a different ring to it. Administrative matters, while there's real investigative stuff that needs to be done. ESDC investigation, civil litigation, internal reviews, future inquiry. I don't see any of the 23 in here. Nothing to do with it. Zero. Administrative matters that would have sort of national policy implications, or that may, ultimately require further review at a national level. I was supposed to work with the senior executive team there in the division, in H division, and with the communication folks. Remember the wellness study, the shit show that was the leadership in HDiv. And the communication folks, Leah, Cindy, Bears, etc., to identify complex issues that surfaced either through the investigation or through the media, and respond to some of that material through tasking out, researching, and taking, some kind of corrective action as needed through some type of review process. The issues management team also had to identify and deconflict. Responding to the media. Identifying complex issues. Corrective actions. The issues management team also had to identify and deconflict and provide timely updates to assist in the disclosure process. Mike Butcher, disclosure, Mike Butcher, Sharpies, disclosure. Identify. Everything's being heard in the media first. The disclosure process that is not related to the investigation, but to the issues that surfaced either through the, quote, I'd like to say, the administrative process. What issues would arise from the administrative process? The photocopier broke down? Or through the media? And attempt to, there's that fucking word, proactively disclose information. Vile. Do you see it? Do you see it? Because it's right there in front of you. And essentially, we were attached to the criminal operations officer, like gray on his arm. We're attached to you. Yes, it might be something like that. Negative portrayals of the RCMP in the media. Other inconvenient truths coming out. You got to proactively disclose then. You have to deconflict. The language is all there. It's all there. Deconflict, identify, research, corrective action, proactively disclose. Oh, do you smell cover up? I fucking do. And essentially into his office. Oh, so you're right on his arm. And part of that process of relieving the pressure on the core policing officer. And by core policing officer, I'm referring to Criminal Operations Officer, Chief Superintendent Chris Leather. So to relieve some of the administrative burden and pressures in that office. Oh, thanks for that. Like to buy you a box of chocolates. Anything else? No. Let's unpack some of those things you described for us, starting with the first one. You said the IMT was to deal with long-term administrative aspects of the investigation. You're referring there to what was called H. Strong investigation? Yes. And can you give me an example of what a long-term administrative aspect of the H. Strong investigation was? Oh, you see, nobody really knows, and they don't want anybody to know what H. Strong 2 IMT does. Oh, they don't want nobody to know. Well, as I said, now he's going to try and go into the stew again. Some of the material that we were looking at delved into issues of future inquiry. Like houses are barely, they're getting bulldozed, they're smoldering still, and this is what they're worrying about. Such as the ESDC investigation, Hoyt investigations, and internal reviews. They know how this game is played. They just do it every fucking time. If you had all of that manpower and you put it into, and all of the super shit that is part of this, the computers and everything, if you actually did something productive with your life instead of obfuscating, hiding, being dishonest, etc., coming up with excuses and skirts to hide behind, you might actually get something done. Maybe people would have answers. Maybe you might feel good at night. I don't know. There were hundreds of people coming and going in and out of the province in HDIV that were involved in the investigation in some capacity. And there is a requirement, of course, to capture that information and their involvement and ensure that it is preserved for future inquiry and disclosure. Or you could disclose at the time about a dead man. No. So I'm clear, though the IMT did not have an operational role of any kind in the investigation, did it? I.e., did it do any investigating? Not with regard to the day-to-day operations of the investigation. That was the responsibility of Superintendent Darren Campbell. He was the oversight officer. However, if anything operational did surface that needed attention, that could have been missed, and came to the attention of the crops officer, Chris Leather, or the issues management team, there was a follow-up process that was available to us to pursue follow-up on the investigation. Investigating the investigation, that's collecting, that's proactively deconflicting. But generally speaking, our role was strictly administrative. Thanks for coming out. I'm sure the families are ecstatic with you. I certainly am. Just help me understand a bit better what you mean by that term. You referenced a large number of people coming and going in respect to the investigation. What administrative role did you play with those people? well, nothing really. The people that were coming into the province were coming in for the purposes of relief, but you had nothing to do with it. So what the fuck are you telling us for? Move along. Either going to the detachments, provide backfill, or assisting somehow in the investigation per se. Again, totally irrelevant. Stew, nonsense. Fuck off. So, as those individuals who are coming and going, if they were involved in any kind of administrative matters in the investigation, for example, if the communications specialists, people who talk, send tweets, that kind of shit, track calls, war room stuff, we're coming in to provide assistance to the comms team in Nova Scotia, Leah, Cindy Bears, etc. We were required to track their notes and their involvement and what they did, and place it in holdings of the administrative file that we had set up to capture that information. Isn't that the whole idea? It's an investigation, and I don't think it needs you to capture anything. It's capturing it. Oh, right. I'm almost having memories of the Moratorium of Destruction. Or tapes, Dan Breen. So the IMT, were keeping track of any work product, if I can put it that way, that these individuals were producing. Well, not specifically tracking the work document, but ensuring that whatever document was produced was disclosed and left to us for the purposes of preservation and inquiry at a later time. I'm reading it very slowly and verbatim, obviously, but verbatim, the pauses. You also referenced that you set up, I think, what you called a searchable system for document disclosure. Is that right? Yeah. So myself and Superintendent Derek Santasuso, we were brought in to essentially set up the system, and Derek was responsible sort of for setting up the mechanics of the system with regard to how the process would work to capture the material. So we use ER3, which plenty of people seem to have a lot of problems with, including Mr. Bent, which is essentially the same type of system that we used in the criminal investigations. In criminal investigations, large-scale criminal investigations, to capture the material and ensure that it's searchable. Sounds good. But remember the words: proactively, deconflict, all of that stuff, dealing with the media, and monitoring. And did you or somebody else input documents into that system? I personally, go ahead. I personally did not, and I don't believe Derek Santasuso did. There was a team hired to essentially feed the system. Yum. Yum, yum. Feed it. It's hungry. O drives, S drives, O drives. There was an issues management sort of administrative team that was set up. And they were the ones that entered material into the system. So the two of you say set up the system, and the others were responsible for inputting the documents into the system? Correct. You also mentioned that when I say the system, I think a better term would be process. The system already existed, so I think the process is a better term. Okay. Maybe just briefly describe what you mean by process. Well, the system itself, the hardware is the E3 system. And the process is how the material is essentially captured and disclosed to the individuals that are working in the unit. War room? And there was a tracking process in place, and there were follow-up messages that had gone out to ensure that nothing was missed, and as much of anything that we could capture was captured immediately. And when he means anything, he means anything. Like here, like tweeters, like Facebook. And they were watching everybody and what everybody said in the media, on the corner, whatever the fuck was going on. Owed it. Remember those Facebook groups that they were all monitoring, getting into people's, in Nova Scotia specifically, private Facebook groups, all that yum that they were doing? You also mentioned that you were involved in a briefing or updating national headquarters. Is that right? Yeah, correct. Early on, when the incident in Nova Scotia happened, there wasn't really a lot of briefing going on. I mean, it wasn't a lot of briefing. Debriefing is good, but briefing? I mean, there was briefing. Sorry, let me repeat that sentence. Early on, when the incident in Nova Scotia happened, there wasn't really a lot of briefing going on. I mean, there was briefing. Right. However, there was a requirement from national headquarters to accelerate the briefing process. Briefing, not debriefing. Briefing. Not getting the information from people. Telling them the information. Briefing. You brief, you tell. Debrief, you hear. So part of the responsibility, specifically my responsibility, more than Derek Santasuso, notes, everything missing, interview missing, nothing yet, was to prepare briefing notes. I wonder if he's still working. And situational reports, and provide timely updates into national headquarters. Kind of that solid line that Janice Gray talked about? Remember how she said she was hanging on Chris Leather's arm with the solid line? Dotted line from Chris, solid line to Ottawa. Sound familiar? Same shit. So part of the responsibility, specifically my responsibility more than Derek Santasuso's, was to prepare briefing notes and situational reports and provide timely updates into national headquarters, into the commissioner's office, and into the deputy commissioner's office. Brian Brennan. CNIP, John Robin, CNIP. And these would have been in respect to what you had identified as the complex issues that you were tasked with identifying and, managing. Micro-manage goo. Yeah, there were a whole host of issues that materialized. This kind of came about through the investigation, but he doesn't do any investigating. He does, but not investigation. He does administration investigation on everything else and everybody else, but nothing to do with 1819. Throughout the incident, especially early on, you mean like monitoring? And so there was a briefing cycle that was set up. I had reached into the commissioner's office, into the commissioner's chief of staff through emails, and just so that I can get an understanding of what the requirement and the briefing cycle looked like. I previously worked in the commissioner's office, not under this commissioner, but under previous commissioners. Some of them are real class acts. So I have an understanding of the briefing process. Notice he has these pauses. I have an understanding of the briefing process and the cycle of briefing that is required. However, every commissioner is different, and I just needed to get an understanding of what the requirement was. So the briefings went in as the information materialized, either through the investigation or through issues that surfaced as a result of media reports. You got too much time and money on your hands to be paying attention to the fucking media. How about you do your fucking job? 23 people were murdered. How about you investigate that? So I identified several issues that surfaced during the course of the event. I could certainly name some of those if you'd like. Oh, it sounds like he's ready to go. Wonder if he's had any conversations. Okay, please do tell. You also mentioned, we'll come to those in a moment. But just let me deal with the first answer that you gave me a bit more fully. That's good. That's good. Don't let them get you off into the weeds. Okay. You also mentioned that you conducted some research. What sort of research were you conducting? Well, as issues surfaced, for example, training and equipment would be one issue. So the type of training that the members had that responded. For example, Heidi Stevenson, her training, her equipment, the uniform, the vehicle disposal. You know, the one that was, what date was that? It was April 23rd or 26th or something like that. Writing cert and saying, we're going to be destroying these vehicles if you don't need them. Of course, it wouldn't happen to be a cert investigation because, of course, Heidi didn't discharge her weapon there. Oh, right, she did. So it's automatically a cert case. And yet it didn't end up that way. Then they want to destroy cars. Okay. Those are the kind of issues that were surfacing, and I was tasking out information. You know, I was tasking out things to be followed up on, like vehicle disposal. You know, it was an ongoing process of tasking, so I can get accurate information to prepare the briefing material that went forward. What the fuck are you doing? Like, honestly, if this person was sitting across from me, that's what I would be saying. And my face would be that way, and my language would be that way. What the fuck are you doing? What are you really doing? Stop beating around the bush. What did you do to help the people who pay you? The families that were murdered. What did you do? Monitoring social media? Does that help? Does that help them? Administrative tasks. Does that really help them? Capturing, deconflicting. Fucking bullshit, man. You know, I was tasking out things to be followed up on. You know, it was an ongoing process of tasking so I can get accurate information to prepare the briefing material that went forward to Ottawa. From what we have seen, it appears, see, they're very confused, but I don't think they really are. It appears the IMT was involved in media and public communications, correct? In a limited capacity, especially as the event unfolded. Early on, we were not, but it became apparent that there was a lot of requests that were coming in. But they didn't really say yes to anything, so what difference did it make? What were you doing? Saying no? That requires one person. So we eventually provided some assistance to that unit, to accelerate some of the information that could have gone out publicly, but didn't. Remember Harry? Oh, that was so true. How many times have I read in family statements, different ones? How many families did I hear from all along who were like, I'm not hearing nothing. These people aren't telling me shit. I hear about it in the media, or I hear about it from you first. I don't hear nothing. What the fuck is going on here? It could have gone out. Why not? Well, certainly by May 6th, we understand that the IMT had made clear that any media response is not directly related to H. Strong investigation had to be improved by the IMT. Correct? Right? Correct. So either myself or Derek Santasuso or Chief Superintendent Leather, because we had information that was coming to us from all directions, both from our strategic communications group. Sorry. I think bile is in my mouth right now. Ugh. And from national headquarters. War room, war room, war room. We felt that we would be able to accelerate the approval process to get information out as needed that was not sensitive to the investigation itself. But you didn't really say anything. You never did. What was it? That one fucking press conference? They're like, thank you very much for the very detailed, extremely detailed timeline. I'm like, what fuck kind of timeline is that? You have like a few times. That's it. And they're wrong. Wrong colors of cars. Wrong all kinds of shit. Or were they? Who knows? Would it be fair to say that at least by May 6th, the IMT is playing a more significant role, in fact, in public communications? Well, I thought we had Leah. Why do we need IMT, H. Strong 2, Santasuso, Diamopoulos, Gray, Butcher, and Robin, and a whole fucking team of others? How hard is this? Or is there something else you're doing? Well, there was some direction given. Some direction given. That's not the RCMP. There's fucking orders. I believe there's an email somewhere that was authored by Cindy Bears. Cindy Bears. I remember when I was going through Darren's notes, I noticed that there was a name that was redacted in several places. Cindy Bears. Sometimes just the name scribbled on a side page. I'm like, why would you need to redact the name? I mean, I know they do it all over the place, but Cindy Bears, who is, I believe, number 2. Is she number 2? Maybe number 3. Stratcoms, Nova Scotia. Like, really? Doesn't seem like a big secret, is it? For some reason. Cindy Bears, who was one of the communication folks there that directed her people to send information to us so that we can review it and get it out. Well, I thought that was their job. So now they really don't have a job other than forwarding emails to you? Or are you cleaning? And that did occur because we were we were finding out that we have the ability to get the turnaround time down a little faster to get information out. Well, then I guess that makes that whole department redundant. If that's the case, fire the lot of the StratComs because you don't need them. So then, is the answer to my question that yes, by May 6th, the IMT was playing a more significant role in communications? Yeah. Ask, he's not going to answer, then you got to fucking be like, yes or no. Correct. I did not want to turn to look at some of the issues the IMT was dealing with, I did want to turn to look at some of the issues the IMT was dealing with. And I'll ask Ms. Ronsley to please bring up COM 0038610. Let's have a look at that because I haven't, this is all. Email from Derek Sanpasuso. Oh, good. Have they released some stuff today? I don't believe I ever found anything under Sanpasuso yet. Very interesting. Maybe they've released documents. Should be 9.3. Ooh, something got pulled. It was 30, I think it was 33.93. Now it's 33.92. Okay, interesting. Okay. This looks good. All right, well, I'll link this. Maybe somebody wants to have a leaf through that quick. 3 pages long. Add that over here like that. Okay. Which should be May 4th. Email. Mr. Diamopoulos, I don't know how well you can read that, but you'll see in this email, there's a list of issues that I understand IMT was dealing with. Do you see that? Yes. So I don't propose to go through them all. I just want to to confirm a few. You being the IMT were involved with the issues around the Alert Ready. Oh, they're around everything. Any kind of stinky stuff issue they're involved with. Alert Ready. Of course, because that's the war room. The bulletin, very big bulletin, huge on IMT, H-Strong 2. Anything that they could proactively deconflict. IMT were involved in issues around the Alert Ready, correct? In some capacity, yes. Well, tell me what that capacity was with respect to the Alert Ready. Well, I got there after the perpetrator was killed. I don't know why there has to be a pause there, but maybe there's something. So there was a requirement to understand the Alert Ready system because, quite frankly, most of, if not all of us, had heard about it before, including myself. Hadn't heard about it. You've never heard about the Alert Ready. Most of you, including him. Really now. Never an Amber Alert. Nothing. No. What is that thing? I'm still using a rotary phone. Being from New Brunswick, I've never heard of the Alert Ready system before. I don't know about that one, but okay, maybe Leah's already been through this one with Moncton with you in some discussions, but anyway, fair enough. I had never heard of the Alert Ready system before, but there was a lot of discussion in the media with regard to that system. And there was a little bit of research that had to be done with regard to getting an understanding of what that system was, who controlled it, and what it can do, and what it couldn't do. Is this a toughie? What does an alert do? Do you know your ABCs? I think we're dealing with people who are trying to, of course, this is what they like to do, pretend that they're touched, especially, and be like, I don't know anything. Durr, durr. Don't pick on me. Just leave me alone. I'm under my rock. Please don't shine lights. I did attend some meetings with the Chief Superintendent Leather with regard to that system. And so there was one of the many issues. That was one of the many issues that we were dealing with, trying to get a better understanding of what that system could and couldn't do. My God, Heidi was telling you that morning. Can you use it, please? I think she knew. Funny. Perhaps she should be getting the white shirt. And then she wouldn't have been on the road. Several people seem to know what was going on. They know how to use it. Don't know about you over there with the Moncton and stuff. I had prepared, as if he's not experienced anything with Moncton and doesn't know anything about the alert. Come on, get real. Get real. ESDC investigation. He dealt with all the investigations afterwards. I'd never heard of the alert. What is an alert? Well, then you don't learn anything. But of course you do. So quit playing stupid. I had prepared briefing material that went forward to national headquarters in some capacity. So that was one of the issues that we were dealing with. You use the word requirement to obtain information on Alert Ready. I'm curious about that word, the use of that word. I'm curious about the use of a lot of their words, but frankly, I'm not fooled by them. Why was there a requirement for you to look into Alert Ready? Well, to get an understanding of what it was and to prepare material to send forward to determine whether or not that system has ever been used anywhere in the country for an active shooter. What difference does it make? We have to research to find out if it's been used before. No, there's always a first, so you use it. You don't research it after the fact. That's kind of, again, trying to play stupid, but you're not. They just think that we're so fucking retarded. It's just sad. And they think that it works playing stupid. Simply nobody understood the existence of the system. I'm just going to do a quick poll. Do you believe Mr. Diamopoulos saying that simply no one understood the existence of the Alert Ready system? Do you believe him? Give me a 1 if you do. Give me a 2 if you think he's fucking blowing smoke way up your ace. I'm going to grab a coffee. Nobody knew, if nobody knew of the existence of it, then there would never have been a discussion of it, because you would be like, huh? There's nobody that knows about this. I just invented it. It just came out. I'm Mr. Bell. I invented the phone. Oh, come here. Simply nobody understood the existence of that system. Not the ability to use it or anything. Nobody even knew that it ever existed. This is the man who dealt with Moncton cleanup. He has no idea. Right. I'm not seeing a lot of people that are believing him. You see, and these kinds of things that are going to follow him forever. And they should. Because if he wants to run around and act like that, to you, to me, to the 23 and the families thereof, and friends, and the province of Nova Scotia, and the rest of citizens of Canada, and simply blow that smoke up everybody's ass, nobody should trust you with anything ever again. And in an interview, when you're trying to get the truth, and you're going to say that. Okay. When it was initially explained to us, and sort of the limited research I did on it. Oh, so you didn't even really do any research. It was a weather system owned by a private company. And the existence of that system became an issue. Its non-use, I like this language, non-use became an issue. Really now. It's just an issue. I wonder if you could sit in a room with the families and say that to them. Say that to their face. See. I could see maybe some people getting kind of upset. And frankly, I wouldn't blame them. I'd just be like, you make your bed, you sleep in it. So, an issue. It became an issue. That pesky fucking alert. So there was a requirement to get information forward to national headquarters to determine A, whether this has been used in any other jurisdiction. Is this question important? Why would it make a difference? Unless you're worried about liability. What possibly changes whether it was or wasn't used? Nothing. And B, what What are we going to do going forward with regard to this system? Again, trying to play special. Is it something that we are going to pursue and use? So you're still stuck at that stage. You're actually still thinking, well, you know, it's like Leather after the phony, which I'm sure was dreamt up over an IMT, use of the alert for the Canadian Tire construction sound bullshit on, what was that? Was that on the, was it on the 28th or the 24th? They always pick the great days. I think it was the 24th. Wasn't it? There was a press conference, of course. Has to be. Then, you know, they can slide things under the radar. Oh my God, the alert's being used. Oh, it's just some guy going to Canadian Tire doing some shopping. Oh my God, get him! See, this is why we don't use the alert. Maybe I still have that clip from Leather. This is why we don't use it. Because you guys just plugged up the 911 line. I have a lot more respect for Mr. Leather, but that, no, come on. That wasn't good. That wasn't good. Of course they knew. If you know about it, if nobody knew about it, right, then there wouldn't have been a problem in the media, because everybody would just be like, somebody maybe off in some distant land might say, hey, do you know that there's a thing called alert? And everybody be like, if only we had known. That would have been helpful. Instead, there was a lot of anger, which was an issue that needed to be managed and controlled with strategic communications to deconflict. Is there a policy around it, surrounding it? Well, more jobs for Goop and friends, family and friends. Let's dream up more titles. What are the operational implications with its use? Technical limitations. You know what? I don't think anybody would have faulted you if you'd pressed the button. Of course, they didn't want, that's the whole point. They really intentionally, very, very intentionally chose not to use it. Absolutely 100%. The proof is in the pudding everywhere. They chose not to use it because they were scared shitless of what was coming out. Balaam. I'd say Balaam. Fast and Freezies. Maybe. Chris seemed to know about it. I don't think anybody would have really faulted them. I wouldn't have, frankly. If you had a system, sure, I would have been, I'm sure I would have been upset. I would have been like, if it hadn't worked 100%, I would have been like, well, you got to work on that one. But thank God you used it. Maybe you saved some lives. That's fucking great. No, don't use it at all, and let's risk everybody. And then do some studies on it. Because we didn't even know it existed. Even though I dealt with Moncton. So it was an issue. It was an issue that was identified, that required leadership from national headquarters to roll out and pursue. Uh-oh, there's rollout. Rollout to win. Heard that one before. Is it fair to say that the requirement flowed from out of the intense media scrutiny and criticism surrounding the Alert Ready at that time? Because nobody knew it existed. That was why they were criticizing something they didn't even know existed. Oops, now you kind of stepped in it. Yes, says he. And we've seen from your notes a few entries that are covered either by solicitor-client privilege or litigation privilege. Sharpie time. You're paying for it. Is it fair to say that the Alert Ready also gave rise to potential liability issues for the RCMP that the IMT was dealing with? Well, the IMT wasn't dealing with any liability issues. Maybe they weren't. But you are part of the RCMP. So you are. Isn't that calling for a legal conclusion? Ooh, Lori Ward's coming in, objecting. I'm curious. I think they'll be fairly vocal in this one. I'm only 10 pages in, so this is going to take forever. Isn't that calling for a legal conclusion? I don't think that's an appropriate question for the witness. So she shuts Diamopoulos down from answering. Just to put things in perspective here too, because then it becomes a little bit more odd. Well, not odd, but it becomes slightly more clear and puts a different lens on it, so to speak. The RCMP, frankly, don't give a flying fuck about liability. You know why? Because the pockets are endless. You know why? Because they're yours. They don't care. You could sue them every day. You're just suing yourself. They don't give a shit. It's not like they're losing any money. So this whole business about, oh, we have liability and we have this and that is a total ruse. It's not like it comes out of their operating budget. Kind of puts things in a different perspective when you think about it that way. This is endless pits of money. Your money. I don't think so. I'm not asking any legal questions. Mark Underhill responds to Lori's objection. To the question of, shall we repeat the question? Is it fair that the Alert Ready also gave rise to the potential liability issues for the RCMP that the IMT was dealing with? Are basically saying, are you trying to cover the RCMP's ass? Oh, no, don't talk about that. I don't think so. I'm not dealing with any legal questions. I'm asking what the IMT was doing and whether it was dealing with liability issues. Well, no. I thought you were asking him if the Alert Ready issues could lead to legal liability, says Lori. So Diamopoulos says, no, it's not a liability thing. That's not why they're there. Okay. I was asking him whether the IMT was dealing with the liabilities issues associated with the Alert Ready system, and retrospectively, I don't think that that calls for any sort of legal account. Lori again. Lori's busy. I think that that may be a different question than I understood you to be asking. Okay, so can the witness, who clearly has already not told the truth, so can the witness answer that question that I was asking then? If he was dealing with liability issues, sure, says Lori. Wonder how Costa feels that, like, this woman who he doesn't know, probably, is telling him what to say and what not to say. Frankly, I'd be like, anybody tells me anything, I'd be like, what the fuck, man? Legal advice, if it's my own and I've hired them, sure. I don't know if I'd want Lori acting for me. That's for sure. I don't know if anybody, frankly, will in the future. But mind you, she has a federal job right now. Not sure how long that'll last. She'll become grossly dispopular, I would think. In relation to Alert Ready, to be clear, Mr. Dianopoulos, so we are not dealing, the IMT has no capacity, or its intention was not to deal with anything in regard to liability issues. In the sense, like, I mean, we weren't really there to spin doctor anything or hide anything. Seems an awfully strange thing to say, isn't it? Why would you say that? Was anybody saying that you were doing that? I don't believe that was the question. Were you trying to cover things up? I don't think anybody accused him of that. It's an awfully strange omission or an admission to me. It's almost like in law it would be called a utterance. I'd like to know when the first video I mentioned for War Room was. I'd like to know when I first introduced the War Room into this story. I think it was not too far in. Our goal was, again, to identify issues that require follow-up action within the organization and to bring those issues forward. That's a non-answer. So, if there was a legal requirement surrounding Alert Ready, it is not anything that IMT would have been seized with, because quite frankly, the Alert Ready system is a national issue. Oh, passing the buck. And as you can appreciate, there are many jurisdictions across the country that have different requirements and different police acts. So, how convenient. You have all kinds of built-in fucking crutches. So we had no involvement with regard to the civil liability issue or legal sort of issues surrounding Alert Ready. There were other things going on that required our attention. Alert Ready was just one of many things. Allegedly, yes. Those articles are interesting. Fuzzy. Remember, everybody's running for cover now. Second, third video. Wow. Okay. Frankly, I'm surprised it took that long. But fair enough. Not bad, not bad. It was early on, I mentioned, I think. I'm not trying to be a smartass, by the way. I'm not. It has nothing to do with that. Like, I think I often worry that people misinterpret what I'm saying. It has zero to do with, like, hey, thanks. No, that's never what I look for. I don't care about the thumbs up. I don't care about the thanks. Like, that's, to me, I don't even quite understand, and it makes me grossly uncomfortable. What it is about, though, is about the credibility. The credibility. If you have credibility, then hang with the people that are credible. And tell others, because then, that way, we collectively grow. We collectively get stronger. We collectively, all of us, get to use and get out our message and the brain power collectively. It's not about an individual. It's about, hey, you know what? I'm putting in effort, you guys, as in, right? As in the Discord. People who partake in the YouTube discussions. Not the shit, by the way, because I know you're in here too. And in the Discord. And that's just a matter of fact. IMT would have built that in too. But what it is about is that we work as a team. And we have to get the message out. You know, if you find somebody is just blowing smoke, and I remember years ago there was a YouTuber who I certainly will not identify, but there was a certain YouTuber who, and I've seen many actually like this, who they just say things. I don't even know where the fuck they get these things from. And then they tie all kinds of things together, and I'm like, where are you getting that? Do you have any evidence of? I think I even messaged this one particular one, and I was like, do you have any evidence for what you speak? Because a lot of people are listening to you for some unknown reason. I didn't put that in there, of course, because that's a bit rude, but I'm like, you know, it's very important that what you say has some basis, evidentiary basis. Well, no, I don't really have anything. It's like popular. People listen to it. I'm like, and how do you sleep at night about that? Fuck. No, you know that's going to make me very uncomfortable. Please don't say that. It's just sharing the message, and I know how, like, okay, I'm not going to single out certain people because there are a bunch of you in here who really have, like, just absolutely shone. Like, I'm like, wow, I missed that totally. You know, maybe, And I'm not saying that in any way in a deprecating fashion. Zero. Because life is busy and throws all kinds of shit everybody's way. But maybe didn't pay attention to as much. But then all of a sudden they're like, you guys are like, here, this and that. And I'm like, wow, fuck, I totally missed that one. I didn't even see it. Oh yeah, no. And like the processes of going through, tying different pieces together and then saying, hey, I've already wrapped it up with a bow, sort of, so to speak, right? Here's this, here's that, here's this, here's that, and it all relates. Here you go. And I'm like, pretty amazing. Because everybody's got that skill. I think, well, most people do. I'm very busy with that bone. If only I could be a dog. Maybe in my next lifetime. Yeah, I just want to sit by a fire. That's all. Okay. A nice log fire. Franklin stove. It's nice. So it is your evidence, Mr. Dianopoulos, that the IMT was not dealing with any litigation-related tasks. Well, our litigations, we're not litigators, i.e. we're not lawyers. Oh, okay, I gathered that. We're not legally trained. We identify issues, bring the issues forward, and then we enter into discussions at the appropriate times with our legal services people. So you're just actually saying you're copying to liability right there. You may not be personally involved because you're not a lawyer, but you're prepping it for them. And, they provide the advice on the way forward in respect to any kind of civil or legal issues. So yes, the answer is yes. There was a lawyer on the IMT, though, correct? Is it? Yes, it is. Boom, I see the name. Scott McCroson. Boom. I mentioned him before. Way back, he's the guy who dealt with Darren's warrant. Scott McCroson. Well, we are not assigned to be IMT. We're not really assigned to the not really assigned to the IMT. We had the ability to go into legal services if needed, but I don't recall there being one permanently assigned to the team unless you're referring to Scott McCroson, who is counsel in Nova Scotia. Is that what you're referring to? Counsel for the RCMP in Nova Scotia. You should add RCMP. We've been provided with an organizational chart that suggests that Mr. McCroson was either on the team or closely associated with the team. Yeah. So he was, well, I guess, yes. He would have probably been part of the team in the sense that he was the closest person to the investigation with regard to providing advice. Certainly to Chief Superintendent Leather. I mean, I was occupying his office at the entire time I was in Nova Scotia. Right on his arm, just like Janice. Dotted line to Darren. Dotted line to Chris. Solid line to Brian down in Ottawa. Jesus. Handled. Handlers. Staying with this theme, one of the issues that we identified, are you involved with any kind of liability? No, nothing liable, nothing. No. Oh, well, yeah. We actually, yeah. Staying with this on this theme, one of the issues that's identified in that email, I don't know if it's visible on this page, is was the ESDC investigation. The labor investigation. Outside department. Yes. So that was one of the issues the IMT was dealing with, correct? Yes. Myself personally, in my previous role in New Brunswick, I was deeply involved with the SDC component of that event, and had a pretty detailed understanding with regard to the process. And there were meetings in H Division with regard to ESDC and how things were going to potentially unfold in the future. Getting all their ducks lined up. There was somebody assigned full-time to the SDC. In fact, I believe there were multiple people assigned, because that was not, ESDC was not driven by issues management team. It was carved off. I believe Chief Superintendent Janice Gray and Arlene, her last name escapes me now. She is one of the hazardous incident people in Nova Scotia. They were driving that forward. Yum. I believe Janice Gray was overseeing all of this garbage then. And I don't think it was necessarily carved off, as Demo says. In charge of that spigot. Right? Nosy. Come here. Going back to the alert ready for a second. So there you go. We have Janice away there. And Arlene. Arlene, that one, I don't know if I know an Arlene. I'm having a feeling whoever it is probably gone away. You guys know who Arlene is? Arlene. Let's see if we can find out. Arlene Drysdale, maybe? Could that be her? I think maybe. Maybe? Arlene Drysdale. I think. Could this be her? God, they just hand out medals for nothing. NPF. Oh, okay. Interesting. Formerly with the Department of National Defense. Okay. Moving along. Arlene Drysdale, I think. I did find that there was a mention of her, actually. In the oh, here's a profile that she had. Meet Arlene Drysdale. HDiv. We are with you, RCMP Nova Scotia hashtag. How long have you worked with the RCMP? Almost 5 years. Where were you born? Scotland. Oh, Scotland. Has she been on anything? On the mass casualty? If you could travel anywhere, where would you go? Space. If you were stranded on a desert island, what 3 items would you take with you? A companion, chocolate, and the TARDIS. I bet you the RCMP would like the TARDIS now. Best advice that you have been given. Quote, never love anything that can't love you back. Oh. Careful now. You may be working for the wrong employer. Oop. Who's your hero? Don't love the RCMP. They won't love you back, I assure you. Oh, come here. Oh, yes, there you go. Who is your hero? My son. Oh, that's good. If you had one superpower, what would it be? The ability to speak with animals. Cats rolling around. Meow. Meow. Kids, fur babies. 11-year-old boy on the lookout for rescue for our 3rd fur baby. Fur babies. This is a relatively newer term to me. I think it must be popular down there. Formal education, undergraduate degree in psychology. Master's certificate in project management. Master's certificate. Is that a happy place? Glencoe, Scotland. Okay. If you could have dinner with anyone, who would it be? Dalai Lama. If you could describe yourself as an animal, what would it be? An elephant. They're compassionate, decisive, and effective, and have a fucking wicked memory. What personal accomplishment are you most proud of? Being the parent of compassionate, funny, confident little boy. That's fantastic. And I mean that in all seriousness. Favorite movie? Braveheart. Well, no, wait. Raiders of the Lost Ark. No, wait. Pulp Fiction. No, wait. Wedding Crashers. Wedding Crashers. Too many to name. Interesting. I think that must be who it is. There is a. Where is this here? I did see a. Reference to. She appears on a bunch of stuff, so I think it must be her. Megan Berube. Maybe I have seen her on emails before. Yeah, she's got some stuff in the mass casualty. I'll have to look into her a little later. Interesting. Okay. I I'm not going very speedy here. We'll probably have to wrap it up. They were driving that forward. So Arlene Drysdale and Superintendent Janice Gray were dealing with ESDC, which was part of IMT, even if he doesn't want to say that. Going back to Alert Ready for a second, because Janice Gray is overseeing it all at that point, I believe. Going back to the Alert Ready for a second, we'll deal with it more fully later on today. I bet she's like, oh, no. But you mentioned that the IMT was looking at potential policies for its use going forward. Is that right? Well, you're looking at getting some guidance from the center. From the center? What center? Proper noun. Interesting. Okay. So the IMT is not there to create policy. We were there to identify issues, bring them forward to an appropriate policy holder for follow-up action. So in the case of the Alert Ready, I believe that would fall under contract in Indigenous policing. Oh, you mean like Brennan? You mean like John Robin? Like tapes? Okay. I think Dan Breen's attached to some of that. So the research component, the policy component, would fall upon national headquarters again. Because again, Alert Ready is a national issue. Oh, passing the buck. So what research was the IMT doing on Alert Ready then? Okay, it's dancing. Well, very limited research. He already copped to that one. It's just covering your ass. Beyond understanding what it was about, how it was used and not used, that's the really key word. How it wasn't used, that's all they're trying to figure out, the liability. And understanding understanding who runs that system. Who runs sort of that system. You've never used it before. You don't even, that's right, sorry. I would just have to like throw his lines back at him. I'd be like, but nobody knew it existed, right? Is that not what you said earlier? Nobody knew that it existed. You didn't know that it existed. It's a private company. We were provided some briefing, sort of verbal briefings, I guess, and some email correspondence from our OCC people, which is the telecommunications people. I believe that Dustine Rodier was the officer in charge at the time. YMCA. And we were trying to understand what the system does, what its limitations were. Like, we were provided information in regards to its limitations and its impact on the 911 system, which actually kind of got kiboshed, their bullshit study. Which, of course, that would have been IMT trying to figure out a way to weasel. You were provided information on its strengths. Were you provided information on its strengths? I do not recall being provided any information on its strengths. So you're only looking for the weaknesses. Why would you? Okay. That seems very comprehensive. Sorry. Were you provided any information about whether its use would have made a difference in the mass casualty event? I don't recall being provided any of that information other than that the system was initially designed to do what the system was initially designed to do and provide information with regards to its limitations. So you weren't even interested if it would have made a difference. Well, okay. Not interested if it's good, not if it interested if it could have helped. So what are you interested in again? Did you or anyone on the IMT turn your minds to whether the Alert Ready might have made a difference in the mass casualty event? Not per se, no. So he's just looking for the excuses. That's all he's supposed to do. Why not? Well, again, it was an issue that is outside of the scope, outside the scope of what the IMT was there to do. It was outside of the scope of what the IMT was there to do. That's pretty plain English. We weren't there to, to provide any kind of research component into such a complicated issue. It's only complicated to those that make it complicated. There were certain things that we can bring forward, but understanding something as complicated as the Alert Ready and understanding its limitations and the policy surrounding that is something outside of the scope of what the IMT was designed to do. He's still dancing, but he's telling. So I'm having some trouble understanding what the IMT was designed to do. Good for you, sir. You're getting a bit pissed. At least in respect to the Alert Ready. Like, why were you gathering this information then? Let's see if he's going to answer it this time. Well, again, I think when it starts with well, and again, you know you're not going to get it. Well, again, as I said previously, we were gathering the information and we were sending it forward to national headquarters so that they can drive the development or non-development of an alert. Like, why would you want to non-develop an Alert Ready? Are you fucking out of your cotton picking head? Then again, this is the fellow who says it. He doesn't even know it exists. He doesn't know cars exist. That he exists. He certainly doesn't know that 23 exists. I hope he did know that there were some people that existed in Moncton. That would be good. Being from his own force and such, but I'm not probably going to go that far. That seems a bit of a reach. IMT does not have any capacity to take on, an issue like Alert Ready. We were brought in for the reasons I explained earlier in my interview, which you haven't explained nothing. We didn't have a big research component attached to the unit, nor was the purpose of the unit to take on such complicated matters. Oh my God. It's so aberrant. Yeah, sorry, that's an old message Nikki sent, but it is so sick how transparent these people are. They think that they're fooling everybody, but that makes them the biggest fool of all, because they're not. They're not fooling nobody. Well, they may have in the past. They certainly are fooling less and less every day. Every day. People are going to point their fingers at them for all time. Good. That's what needs to be done. correct me if I'm wrong. Is he going to ask him? Let's see if he can get an answer out of him. But I think he won't. But I think I heard you tell me, though, that the information that was being gathered was primarily about some of its potential drawbacks, failings. Is that right? That's what he's looking for. That was the information that was provided to me in just the various briefings that I was at. That's all he's supposed to do. All he's supposed to do is look at how badly it sucks. Because then he can say, well, see, this is why we didn't do it. We didn't use it because it sucks balls. And see, we have all this research that we've been able to dig up, but we could never tell you it worked. Well, we didn't even know it existed. Did it surprise you? You weren't getting any information about its strengths? No! No, not at all. Of course it didn't. Is it fair to say that the information was really being gathered to support some? There we go. Yay. Yes. Is it fair that the information was really being gathered to find some support for justification for not using the alert ready? By the way, I do have a couple of passages highlighted here, but most of this I have not read. So this is you and me doing it the first time. Absolutely. That's all that it is. Find the excuses. I don't agree with that. Why not? That's all you've been saying. Well, again, the information was being created. The information that was being created was not created, but supplied. It was being funneled into the center for action. What the fuck is the center? This is actually, I'm feeling totally lost. And I'm either going to feel really, really stupid or I'm getting a bit spooked. What the fuck is the center? Do you know what the center is? Twice, a proper noun. The center. What is the center? Actually, I want to get off the phone and phone somebody right now and ask them if they know what the fuck the center is. He is, well, yeah. Yes, the war room ran out of national headquarters, for sure. IMT is an arm of the war room. IMT H strong 2, ESDC facilitators, disclosure balls. So you think it's war room? I think he means the IMT creating their inventory of materials. Would be nice to actually hear him actually say it rather than this AI produced garbage. Well, I'm not AI. I may be extraordinarily slow at reading, but at times anyway. But center. Command post. Okay, let's see here. Seems to. I haven't put everybody to sleep. With literally military people like that, those at the command post involved and in emails. Yeah, the military involvement's a bit Don't know what's going on there. I almost feel like, yeah, I think maybe I better wrap it up. I want to make a phone call and see if I can figure out what the fuck this thing is. I could keyword search it, I suppose. How many times does he say it? Let's see. Spell it. Ooh. Page 14. The Policy Center. Huh. Okay. Oh, there's Wanda Fletcher. She's interesting. The Center. The Center. There's a scribe. Oh, I like that word. That means there's notes. Of course, there's notes on everything. The Center from Deputy Brennan and Daly. Oh, Mr. Daly. I know some of these names so well, and some of these people, some of them. I don't know Mr. Daly real well, but I definitely know some. It's weird, knowing a lot about different people and they've never met them before. The Center. I'm sure they know fuckload more about me, obviously. The Center. The Center. There's a lot of the Center. The Center. Obviously an appetite. Yeah. Look at that sentence. There's obviously an appetite from the Center to get information. And I'm sure the commissioner was under pressure to inform the minister. Ooh. Yeah, see, this one is just going to be not good. The CO and into the Center. See, so I don't know if it's AI that's typing it because it knows. No, this one is also the proper use. It should be a proper noun. Into the Center. Jesus. The Center. Wow. Okay. I think I'm going to have to. Plus, I've got a lot of work to do. Oh. Time's ticking. All right. Well, we'll pick up again at what is that? I think I got page 14. This is going to be a really, really interesting one. So I would suggest reading it. What column is it? Oh God, I can't see that. Oh yes, actually here I can do that. 63690. So let's get the link for you guys. Com 0063690. Oh, it's a late one, isn't it? Numbers keep going up. And if somebody wants to read the notes too, that would be great. Notes are a lot shorter. Perhaps somebody better equipped with ciphering. His handwriting isn't actually too bad, so yeah. Oh, maybe I'll grab that too. Demo. Notes. Waiting for that Santa Suso. There's missing pages in the Santa Suso, and it's only 17 pages long, if I'm recalling correctly. It's kind of a short one. Strange handwriting changes. I like some notes I was looking at yesterday. It had the times altered on handwritten notes. Robbins has to be the most classic, though. The reverse, what do you call that? Is it reverse image? I think. When white becomes black, black becomes white. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. Something very strange. No mention of the 28th meeting. Oh, okay, so you've gone through the whole thing. Inverted. Thank you. You're all over that. His notes full of redactions and strange handwriting changes. Nothing suspicious there. There'll be a lot of, there are, how many, oops. One. Here we go. He's in 11 documents that they'll admit. Not that they'll admit. There are documents that are intentionally made to be a little bit harder to find. I was looking for somebody's notes the other day. This one was neat. They like to misspell the name so that you can't find it. And I knew I had seen them before, and I was like, I can't find that document. I can't find it. So I just tried a different spelling again, and there it was. Like, yeah, you don't know how to spell his name. Okay, that's fair. Sure, believe that. He goes from small, normal writing to large, flowy cursive. Maybe we should have a look at that. I've read a little bit. I flashed a little bit on the screen there, but there's his arrival. What a skunk job. There's the boxes. You got to tick the boxes. When I'm saying tick the boxes, tick the boxes also has a larger implication. That's how you rise through the ranks. And the promotional system is this organization is not even worth doing business with anymore. They're gone. As far as I'm concerned, that's what needs to be mandated. Not just recommended, mandated. Mandated. Fuck the recommendations. Mandates. That's what are needed. Needs to be gone. That's it. There's just no more. But the promotional system absolutely needs to be one of the mandates that needs to be seriously addressed if they're considering even keeping this beast around, which they shouldn't. Because it's just ticking boxes. Are you part of some minority? Yes. Have you done X number of cubicle classes? Yes. Can you tabletop using pieces of manure and cucumber? Yes. Oh, okay. And are you a friend and family? Yes. And you're good to go. Will you step all over people? Yes. Will you be dishonest? Yes. Red boxes are always good. Seems to be a few of those. Kevin Dunleavy. Cert. Okay, interesting. Oh, there's Wanda. Wanda has gone severely underground. She's just gone away. That Wanda Fletcher. Poof. Oh, I like that. That nice. Cut off the page here at the bottom. Okay, that's super. You keep that up. I think I did go through this one to check the pages were okay. Did I? It appeared as though they were okay. God only knows, though. I mean, you've got black ink on blue pages, which means you're going back and numbering them. No, you're not numbering them at the time, so that seems a bit off. Like, think about that. See, it's just logic. It's like the pages that change from black and white to photocopy. If you're writing in your notebook, okay, so you're writing away in your notebook with a blue pen, right? And then you're like, oh yeah, by the way, now I'll number it. I'll get a different pen. Okay, here we go. Just for the number. But then I'll go back to writing with a blue one. And then I'll go into the next page. And I'll write with a blue pen here. Go to page 18, red box. Okay, well, there appears to be two. Meeting with Crops and Rob Doyle. Oh, there's Rob Doyle. Mr. Mills likes Rob Doyle. No offense on you, Mr. Mills. You certainly don't. Dennis Morin, is it? Dennis Morin. I don't know if that's ringing a bell. And Derek Santasuso to discuss leakage of information to media and public on Project H-Strong. Security break of protected bee information being released. Something cert IC. No. Eyes. You guys will be able to decipher it right away, of course. Which is why we all need to help each other. Something serotic provided by copy of Lisa Banfield. Statement of Lisa Banfield. Meeting ends. Jesus. Teleconference media, Leah Scanlon, Chris Leather, Darren Campbell, Derek Santasuso, Lee Bergerman, Cindy Bears. They're all in there. They're all fucking... The Rock, hiding under the rock. Discussion led by Leah. Setting the inaccurate record straight in the Maclean's article. Also setting records straight with other all false reporting. Best strategies we want to use to get the truth out. We're here managing. Macto. Oh. Macto-Serotic. Isn't that an interesting name? Matco. Sorry, Matco. Serotic. Is that serotic? Sorry, my eyes. Serotic. Isn't that an interesting name? Very unique. Inspector. Northeast Nova Police District Policing Officer. Oh, he's the DPO. Ooh. Okay. Current DPO or DPO 1819? Because that's not. I don't think he was DPO 1819. Who was DPO 1819? Wow. Well, that's certainly a very unique name. Macto. Statement of Macto-Serotic. I thought, who was that came in? From, come in from Kelowna? Who was in charge? In response to a member charged with assault and choking. I heard something about that. Nunavut. Oh, he used to be up in Nunavut. Wayne used to be up in Nunavut. What's with the Nunavut? Nunavut keeps popping up all the time now. It's a bit odd. Staff sergeant back in 2017. Oh, is he? No, sorry. My apologies. Sergeant. Huh. Very interesting. I don't quite understand none of it, the prevalence of it coming up as of late. I don't think it's a huge. Is a CIC. Very interesting. Matco-Serotic. I'll have to check around and see. Staff sergeant back in Halifax. 2019. Interesting. He must have got his white shirt sometime between 2019 and 2022. Where was he before? Well, it looks like he may have been Halifax. I don't know. Staff sergeant. He may have got a bump. But I didn't think he was DPO for either then or now. Maybe there's been another move that I'm not aware of. I'll have to check. What was the other one? Oh, there's another red box here. Met with comms. CO. Wow. Crops, Darren Campbell, Derek Santasuso. Discussion centered around what we can make public. Various issues brought up on board. CIS. See? This is bulletin. Lots of stuff about bulletin. And they knew about the bulletin way at the beginning. We don't know anything. It was destroyed. What are you talking about? Mm-hmm. Provided to them. Even if they said they didn't have it. Which they did. They have everything. Discussion and importance of this issue becoming public. I'm sure they think it's very important. Let's make sure we get that out there. Direction by DC Brennan. Oh, good. Previously was that we are not to make any public statement as information is from Truro and HRP. There's a lot of shit going back and forth about the bulletin and IMT with the police, other police services. And I noticed I posted that into Twitter yesterday. They're cutting off the pages so you can't read them. And there's quite a bit missing. Like you can tell by the email addresses and stuff. They've cut off like a significant chunk. So then it doesn't completely make sense. Obviously. Photographs taken of issues discussed. What's that? They're photographing issues? Why would they need to photograph the issues? Communications develop a go forward strategy to go public without compromising investigation. And there's Dennis. At a strategic level. What the fuck? Like, you guys are just, all you guys are doing is you're all busy covering everything up the whole time, just like the government is, just like the $100+ million anyway, easy on this one. Instead of just being truthful, telling the truth, no matter how bad it is, just get it over with. Found a CBC article saying Staff Sergeant, in Halifax, right? Staff Sergeant, 2019. Sorry, maybe it's because I was looking at stuff off screen. Is that the one that you found? Halifax Staff Sergeant? So yeah, he would have got his promotion to white shirt sometime between 2019 and 2022. But I really didn't think he was DPO. Archie was DPO, and then the guy from Kelowna, who I should remember, but I'm not. Anyways, okay, so we're already 6 hours in, and I only got how many pages, but I got the links out to you, so have a read. If you've come across anything, please drop me a line. I will be totally, not that I'm not, candid. I'm absolutely horrific at answering emails. I don't like the tech shit. I really don't. I'm not a techie person, but I'll try, and I do try and read them. So might not be as timely as some people. Some people are just like really all over that stuff like white on rice. It's just not my, I don't know. It's just not in my DNA, I guess. Maybe I'm just old. Or maybe that's the way God, I think that's the way God just made me. And it's probably for a reason. Because I can read, I just can't unmute a microphone and shit like that. All right, 23 says, yeah, it has a review of Beau's. I'm just waiting for my name to pop up somewhere. I know it will come somewhere. Not that I care. It's just I'll be like, oh, like that's a surprise. So you say page 23. Oh, there's. Why do I have a bug in my house? I don't like bugs. Why didn't you eat that? It was just a little one, like you. Page 23. Okay, well we'll have a quick look at that too. Since you are doing a yeoman service. Invasion, thank you. Page 23. Beau. Brenda Beau. June 3rd. They have a serious problem with Brenda Beau, though, which actually I like, yay. At least it looks like. I don't know, maybe IMT or War Room down in Ottawa was sending her out. But I know down in Nova Scotia, for sure it looks like at least the leather in them were right away. We're like, what the fuck is going on here? There were sit rep reports going around. Review of Brenda Forbes' second interview. Oh, but she was never in the media. No. Task. I wonder if this is the one I read. Task 1296. All the missing SITREP reports from early on, too. I don't think it starts until 13 or something like that. Brenda Forbes and George Forbes, both in the interview. Oh, that's not good. Okay, this is, yes. Okay, so this is their RCMP interview. You do not interview two people at once, ever. Early spring 2002, they moved in. Met Wortman about 8 months later. He was on a motorcycle. Wortman moved in around 2003. Lisa and Wortman moved in. Lisa was a hairdresser. Yes, the hairdresser. I think there may be a moment where I was coughing sometime way back about that. Anyway, quit her job and worked at the denture clinic. 2014, put house up for sale and moved. Bought by people from New Mexico in 2015. The coughing was in relation to something else to do with hairdressing and her. Forbes never went into who? Never went into stores, something. Irrelevant person, Brenda, and fights when she is cornered. Brenda said Lisa came running to her house, Brenda's, crying, and Gabriel was beating on her. Crying about Gabriel Wortman's beating of her. She went back to him and Brenda, why are you writing in first person for somebody else? And Brenda, just shook my head. Huh? At 2246 mark of Brenda's statement, she claims she let people know what Wortman had done. Everyone told her, no way. He's such a nice guy. It's almost her voice too, eh? No way. He's such a nice guy. People just ignored her. Brenda. Well, now it's gone from I to her. Okay, switching. Because the people she told were fed booze by Wortman, weapons. I thought he was trading teeth for booze. That's what she said. And little gifts and ammunition for teeth. Right. Okay. Some things very wrong with all that. 2407, he stated, asking us for weapons and bullets. He had a pistol and a small shotgun at that fire. Long-barreled weapon, Russian variant pistol. Wortman said that he paid a couple of $100 from his sources. I'm still got to answer to the freezies here still. He was reckless with the weapon. Nothing locked up and secured. No way. Rifle may have been a 7mm. He bragged about what he did when he was at UNB smuggling cigarettes. Says she can't remember anything and clearly is full of hearsay bullshit. Even Nancy Hudson seems to have a bit of a... Who's her friend? And I don't want to jeopardize their friendship, but kind of says she's a bit of a... yarns people on a little. He showed firearms to them around 2007 or 8. Weapons were in garage 2008 to 13. He would not something Lisa come down to chat with Brenda Forbes. 2013, Brenda saw women going over to Gabriel Wortman's house. I think there's just some personal things going on there. 3108, perhaps George better look at that. Wortman did not like Forbes. Probably nothing to worry about now. Wortman drags Lisa over to Brenda's. Forbes' house, pounded on door. Of course, she was upstairs sick, so I don't think she saw anything there. George Forbes answered the door. Wortman started screaming at George, so Brenda came downstairs. Oh, what did she say? She got really aggressive with him. Like, you're scared of him. Wortman challenged Forbes, asking, why are you telling people that I'm bringing people over women? Yeah, of course. Like, hello? That's kind of normal. Not that you should be screwing around. That's a terrible no-no, but I can see why he might be a little upset if you're spreading rumors. Brenda told Wortman, because you are bringing women over all the time when she wasn't here. Okay, you must be terrified because you're just, if the shoe fits, wear it. He grabbed a hold of Lisa, looked at me, and said, you're gonna regret this. George goes to Africa on deployment. Brenda said Wortman knew her schedule. Brenda and George are confused about the dates. 2012, 2013. George said 2013. Brenda says she wasn't even in the media. Brenda said, when I finished work, Wortman would park his car in front of Brenda's house. When I finished work, Wortman would park his house. That's now you're switching again. House and stare at it for half an hour. He did this for a few days, and I was scared. And switching, Brenda parked her car away from the house. He would constantly come out of his house when Lisa was not there and stare at Brenda's house. Brenda was scared. We had FACs, of course, because they had guns. When George came back, it happened while he was there. George and Brenda, so he was there. And then both people with FACs, military trained, going off on missions to Africa, of course, just have to sell the house because he's looking at it. Maybe he liked the house. George and Brenda had neighbor's daughter house sit because they had animals. Wortman would come over and stare at house. Well, there was this Jones thing going on with them, too. That was written about quite a bit. They got something, he had to get it, and he got something, they had to. It sounded more like they were trying to play catch up. I told everyone in Bass River about Wortman, but he was feeding them all booze. We socialize. Sounds like a lot of booze. Booze should just stop. There's a drinking problem. We socialized in Bass River, not in Portapique. The socializing's catching up with you hard. Why did you call the RCMP? Glenn Wortman told Brenda that Gabriel Wortman was beating Lisa. Okay, hearsay. I called the RCMP from my work. Cadet Camp de Bert is where two young RCMP guys, showed up. The other one is a female. She called Glenn to see if he would talk to police. Glenn refused. RCMP from Truro Detachment, they were in uniform. We're from Truro Detachment. Oh. Okay, I don't know if I knew that detail. They said there is, maybe not, no, she did say that. They said that this is not, there's not much we can do. We have no proof. We will keep an eye on him. She claims the RCMP heard the whole thing on the phone with Glenn Wortman. Elson Sutherland is dead. Dave Elson, Dave Elson, that didn't align with the Elson brothers didn't line up. George said that Wortman was in Halifax, lived in Halifax jurisdiction. Portapique was a cottage. Okay, so they're going to move, of course, down there because they're very scared. Brenda said that the media, they go to Truro for some reason. That somehow gets in there. That media quotes about what she said are wrong. The two members did not ask her to do a statement. Christian crossed out. Glenn, something in brackets. He was boss at cadet camp. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's the other Christian. I remember looking. Isn't it a woman? No. There was Glenn number 2 at and then the friend. Is this the friend who was at the camp who gave a statement? The female at camp. They were there when police showed up. This person, Lonergan, Christian Lonergan. She was there. No, I don't believe she said she was there. I think she said that she believes Brenda when she told her that. But I'm not quite recalling clearly, but I think that's what she said. Talk about RCMP replica. Forbes had no knowledge, only knew about motorcycles that he was interested. Wortman would never let Lisa talk to Brenda one-on-one. Nobody called police that time, including Brenda. Angela Doucette sent a message to Brenda. Brenda feared for her life. Oh. Something apologetic text message. Many people messaged Brenda, apologized for not believing him. I think that must just be it's a her. In text messages, unless he's referring to somebody else. Summer cadet camp. Christiane can tell you I was there. Why do you have to have all this? Like, you'd think that you were not hard up for just people believing you. But that's because there's problems. After you talk to RCMP, do you believe they did anything? No. Media made mistakes, said Brenda. Well, don't worry, because you didn't speak to them. The CBC recorded her. That is why I am not. Here we go to this again. Why I'm not talking to media. I asked them not to use it. I spoke directly to Truro office, not dispatch. Right now, of course, they have no records of anything. Don't worry, if you phone the RCMP at the office, they don't have any records. If the RCMP had spoken to Gabriel Wortman, I would be dead now. Brenda says that she had a fear that she would be killed by Wortman. Yeah, okay. George said that is one of the reasons why we moved from there to where he lived. Okay. Received speaking points, media conference. Okay. Yeah, I go to Halifax because I'm scared. Never went into stories. Okay, stories. Thank you. At the time. Okay, you're very good at ciphering his handwriting, Costas. Not only did Brenda forget that she did media interviews, she also forgot that the media misquoted her, and she told the RCMP about that. Interesting. Derp. Yes. There's a special place in a special place that's very warm. And those people, I'm sure their names will come to light at some place, at some point in time, who designed the website, what company they work for, etc. It was all very purposefully built to be as difficult as possible. All of the documents, not scanned, everything, layering, the taking up, putting down, not putting the file name attached to it, just giving you a number, the search that's totally unusable, the database that's not downloadable, the videos that aren't available, all of that shit. Special place for these people. Everybody's going to know them. All right, so if you guys have any tips, I'm a jury member listening. If I'm a jury member listening to Brenda, all of her evidence is moot in my head once she says she didn't do media interviews. It was moot when she said it for me. I can only say for me, way back when. Total hearsay. One of these days I'll dig up one of those episodes. Unbelievable. If you guys have anything, please let me know. And do take care. We got next week, Tuesday. Interesting things will start, I hope. God bless you all. God bless the 23. Have a little read on the Costa. Let me know what you come across. Watch the video where you first saw where you first saw it and you were sympathetic towards her. I was initially I was, because I read the And I'm not, it's not like I know everything right away. But when I see that the stuff that she's quoting and I look into the people that she's associating with, it's always, you have to look deeper than just the surface on any kind of article, right? And at the time, it sounded okay, because I think everybody was kind of like at the very beginning, I'm like, I don't know about this Lisa thing, maybe could be legitimate. I mean, it sounds like they had quite a yarn that they were spinning out, but then it just really started to fall apart. And I'm like, this is not making any sense. If you're getting, there should be all kinds of shit. There should be all kinds of people. There's nobody really. You've got Brenda. Okay, so I'm like, well, maybe. And then I'm like, who are you friends with? How did you get there? How did you get in the media? Who's writing the articles? You're doing interviews from your home with a video camera, but you can't show Glenn. Why is Glenn not being interviewed? I'm like, no. It was more about incompetence than than anything more malicious back then. Well, I don't know. I'll have to go back and see. I know for sure there was a video where it was the, I wonder if I still have that. Might be able to tell me which video it was. Because I know I messaged a friend about it. And I had a good, I read him the article. I read him the Brenda article. And I was like, okay, tell me in this article if you can hear that she saw anything. So he listened and he's like, no fucking way, man. Everything she's saying is saying that somebody else is. And I'm like, that's what I'm seeing too. So anyway, that was the vibe I got. Brenda's original interview was in the video. What are we doing? Okay, well, I'll have a look. Is that the Halifax Examiner article? Plus, then I saw that, the National Post was putting her out the same fucking day. A little later on, I'm like, okay, you're calling her by name now, but it was done on the same day that the Halifax Examiner. Plus, it's coming out in all kinds of places. Like I said, takes a little bit of time to get to places, but that's the stream title. That's the title for your video. It's the audio. It's an audio interview that she did. Okay, CBC. As it happens. As it happens. Yeah, listening back to that article, or listening to that interview, you can hear the same lines because they're literally verbatim, the same lines that she will use in multiple places. And I'm like, that's not even the way a person speaks. Like, that's rehearsed. I think it's from May. May 17. No, May 12th. May 12th, I think, was when the first article came out. The first articles. Halifax Examiner, National Post, I think Canadian Press picked it up. Gerster was the unwinder. When she was in the military, but that didn't come until later. When she was in the military and shaking like leather, and that she was scared of him, it was all trash to me. Yeah. All right. God bless you all. Thanks very much for joining me today. Please have a read and let me know, what are you doing the videos? May 18th. All right. Thank you. We can go back and look at that. God bless you all. God bless the 23. We'll see you again soon.